Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is parallel in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 41, Final Calm. Yawning, Keegan stretched his arm behind him, arching his back until he felt a satisfying pop. The morning sun was peeking over the trees and slicing through the darkness of the room. Barely awake, Yoro was sitting on the edge of his bed, rubbing his eyes with the heel of his hand. I'm hungry. Keegan walked over to the window overlooking the village. This village is busier than Taki. It doesn't matter what time it is, people are constantly out and about. Humming in agreement, Yoro stood up. It would be nice to head back to the marsh. Never thought I'd miss the sound of frogs and insects. There was a moment where the two men sat in silence, just taking in the sun rays beaming through the window before the two realized something was missing. Something important. Keegan turned to Yoro. Where is Fyu? She's usually banging down the door by now. Has Fyu ever slept in? Worry seeped into Yoro's voice. I don't remember that happening before. In all the years they've known Fyu, her bodyguards have never seen her sleep past sunrise. Training was always a priority. Fyu believed that if she was stronger, could protect herself from damn near anything, she would have more freedom. No matter how strong she got, no matter how well she and Komei could protect themselves, the bar always seemed to be set higher and higher. The Chiryunin exams were the first time Fyu had a semblance of freedom. It's past sunrise, and there was still no Fyu begging to be trained. With one look, the two men made up their minds. It's time to see what's going on. Fyu's room was next door and the two bodyguards have a key. Sleeping was a very foreign concept to Gaara. The only relationship he had with nocturnal rest was accompanied by screaming and bloodshed. This was the first time Gaara can remember sleeping through the night without Mother taking over. Like trickling sand, Gaara's consciousness came back slowly. A warm, soft bed. The comforting chakra that had blanketed him all night long. Then the sound of a banging door. Gaara sat up, sleep still hanging on like static. There were two men in the room, both poised to fight. The girl who had protected him was sleeping on a chair beside him, curled up and wrapped in a blanket. The two men were looking between Gaara and the girl, one reaching for a kunai. Many thoughts raced through Gaara's mind. Were they after him? Were they after Mother? Were they after the nice girl who helped him? Paying no mind to headbands or words, Gaara held out a hand. Sand rose from the gourd against the wall. The two men yelled out, but Gaara's sand covered them, holding both of them against the wall. Another yell from the men, calling out to someone, and Gaara put the sand over their mouths. Gaara. His head turned to see the girl with seafoam hair sitting up, blanket discarded on the ground. Her eyes were wide, panicked. Was she scared? Did these men mean her harm? Gaara felt worried. Was that what this was? He didn't want those men to touch her. He wanted to protect her. Let them go, Gaara. The men were still alive. Gaara could feel them struggling inside of his sand. They were going to hurt you. What? Fyu hopped up off the chair. Her eyes went far away for a moment before they widened. Oh. Gaara, those are my friends. They wouldn't hurt me. She sat down beside him, a hand lightly placed on his. They didn't know you were here, they were probably surprised. Can you please let them go? She was serious. She meant what she was saying. Her orange eyes were soft, were honest. The sand slowly slid away, falling to the ground and scurrying back to the gourd. They're friends. The two men began to speak, but Fyu held up her other hand, silencing them. Yes. I've known them since I was little. They protect me. She gave him a small smile. Just like you did. Then turning toward the men, Fyu dropped her hand. Komei's chakra calms him. He just wanted some rest. Before they were friends, Komei would cause Fyu sleepless nights. Yoro and Keegan would watch as Fyu became a literal zombie, her pale and frail frame shaking from exhaustion. It was horrible to witness. The dark bags under Gaara's eyes was a call back to a time the two men wanted to forget. Keegan held his hands up in surrender. I'm sorry we startled you, Gaara. It surprised us that a boy was in Fyu's room. You thought I would hurt her. The last of the sand funneled back into the gourd. You thought I would kill her? She's a Jinhuriki, Yoro said, drawing his attention. People are always trying to hurt her. Gaara gave a solemn nod. Yes. People fear us. He looked to Fu, who still looked worried. She gave me peace. I would not hurt her. He looked back at the two men. I will protect her, as well. It was a testament to their training that both men were able to relax their stance. Keegan gave Gaara a small smile while Yoro nodded. Fu relaxed, also. With the mounting tension and close call with an attack finally behind them, she could finally take a deep breath. That was close. Komei buzzed inside her head. Gaara is not evil, just tormented. We need to make them understand that. Does your sensei know you're here? Yoro asked. Although his stance had relaxed, his voice still held an edge of concern. Or will there be more people busting in here? The boy's pale eyes looked toward the window. They do not. I should return. He looked at Fu. Should I thank you? Is that what I do, now? Fu giggled. If you need to relax again, let me know. Komei is more than willing to help you again. There was a buzz of agreement in her head. Next time, we will let them know, though. No more misunderstandings. His head was pounding. There was something soft and warm laying on his numb arm. Jiraiya tried to crack an eye open, but quickly slammed it shut when the sunlight assaulted it. He could smell something flowery, something familiar. With his muddled brain, Jiraiya couldn't think clearly. He knew he was in Konoha, and with that he was somewhat safe. The whole previous night was a blur, just a rush of snapshots. Messing up with Naruto stood out front and center. Kisame handing him a bottle of sake with a knowing look in his eyes. He was already feeling like shit when Kakashi came back, carrying Naruto's small frame like a toddler. Running from his problems was something Jiraiya is good at. Once again, he ran. He ran straight to Tsunade in her warm eyes. Then he remembers drinking. A lot. A cloud passed over the sun, giving Jiraiya a chance to open his eyes. Laying on his arm was Tsunade, one arm thrown over Jiraiya's middle. He'd be lying if Jiraiya said he'd never wished for this. There were so many times the rejections hurt more than others, when Jiraiya was honestly trying to tell the woman how he felt. But he had already ruined that chance. Spying on her in the bath would be about the moment that ship had sailed. Then, once Dan entered the picture, that ship sank. And it hurt. More than he would ever admit. He would smile and say he was fine, he was happy, Tsunade can do whatever she wants to do. It was all lies. Inside, Jiraiya felt like he was dying. Then Sarutobi-sensei put a hand on his shoulder, telling Jiraiya it was time for him to get over his crush and find someone to settle down with. Whether Jiraiya was pissed or hurt, even he didn't have an answer. Instead, he just walked away. As he does with every problem he can't laugh his way through. With Tsunade so close, Jiraiya was fighting the urge to press a kiss to her forehead. To run a hand down her arm. The little things he never got to do, but Dan did. He hadn't been this close to Tsunade since he was young and stupid and didn't understand boundaries. Tsunade taught him boundaries. She damn near killed him to teach that lesson. It should be known, however, that she was the one who healed him. She couldn't have been that angry if she still wanted him alive. You're thinking too loud. Tsunade's sleep-rough voice drew Jiraiya out of his thoughts. We're hungover. Jiraiya huffed out a laugh. Yeah, we definitely are. Can you do anything about that? A glowing hand was placed on his temple. His brain slowly climbed out of the mud it was in, making everything become clearer. Ah, that is much better. I'm proud of you, Tsunade grunted out while sitting up. You kept your hands to yourself. If they were 30 years younger, maybe Jiraiya would have tried to advance things in his drunken stupor. Not now, in his 50s, when he's too damn old to beat around the bush. Maybe I'm not the raging pervert you always thought I was. Tsunade snorted and gave him a flat look. Okay, that was one time and I was young. We were 22 and you damn well knew better. Then, with a sheepish look, Tsunade added, I didn't mean to almost kill you, though. I do apologize for that. Pushing himself up, Jiraiya sat back against the headboard. I'm almost over it. At least the nightmares have subsided. He grunted as Tsunade smacked his leg in retaliation. Thank you, though. For almost killing you. Jiraiya laughed. No, no. For helping me last night. I was in a weird place. But, as you always do, you saved me. Yeah, that is something we need to talk about. She wagged a finger at him. You can't change what has already happened, but you can change what will happen. She slid herself closer to him. Talk to the boy. She poked Jiraiya in the chest with every word. Rubbing at his chest, Jiraiya batted her hand away. Yeah. Let me think on it for a minute. I want to have all my words in order before I try again. His eyes dropped to his lap. Don't want to ruin it more than I have. Scrubbing his hands over his face, Jiraiya groaned. Minato and Kushina would be pissed. If they saw how Naruto was raised, Tsunade scoffed, they would destroy everyone involved. Then make it up to them now. Pulling his hand away from his face, Tsunade gave Jiraiya a devious grin. Kmin, you're buying me breakfast. She started to crawl out of the bed, on her way to change her clothes, but was pulled back against Jiraiya's chest by her hand. Thank you. F for what? He wrapped her in a hug. For being you. Everything he wanted to say. Everything he wanted her to know so fiercely, was left unsaid. Like usual. In small increments, she curled tighter against him. This was enough to keep his heart beating faster. It was enough to keep the words locked away. It had to be. It was all he would ever get. When Obito was little he would watch the older Uchihas show off their Sharinans like a badge of honor. They absolutely were. The young kids would stare in wonder while their older siblings or cousins regaled them with stories of what terrible thing they endured to unlock it. And that was just the base Sharingan. If anyone had the Mangekyo, the excitement was overwhelming. With the Mangekyo came a whole new ability that was unique to you. Every Uchiha who had seen someone they loved die walked away with something to protect the next special person. For Obito it was the unique pattern their Mangekyo created. When he had gotten his own Mangekyo, he was too distraught to care about the pattern. It wasn't until weeks later that Obito got the opportunity to look. It looked like a spinning shuriken. His own pattern was amazing. Obito couldn't have been happier with it. He'd wondered if his grandparents would have been proud. What would Rin have said? Would she have liked it? He likes to think she would have. Madara taught him how to unlock his hidden ability. He was young and foolish and easily molded into what Madara wanted him to be. As soon as the elder Uchiha mentioned his Mangekyo, Obito jumped at wanting to know everything. He was a master of dimensions, able to come and go within them as he pleased. His favorite dimension became a second home to him. If he needed a quiet place to go, a place where he was entirely alone, he went to the stone room and sat in silence. Not having slept in weeks, Obito finally had enough. He went into his sleeping quarters, ordered everyone to leave him alone, and slammed his door. Nothing was stopping him from having some semblance of rest, damn it. But Obito was not meant to be alone. The moment he stepped into his stone room, as soon as the swirling Kamui disappeared behind him, Obito knew something was off. He could practically smell the chakra. Familiar chakra. This dimension had several stone pillars jutting out of the ground. Some were knocked over and laying on their sides. They created benches and tables, all of which Obito used to store things most precious to him. A few of the pillars were positioned in a way to make a small room inside. If you didn't know to walk around them, you would never see the opening. Squeezing himself inside the tight opening, Obito watched the flicker of candles bouncing off the stone. On a jutting of stone sat a picture of Rin. On each side was something he'd taken that reminded him of her. The bracelet she always wore lay on one side. On the other was her favorite flower, a lily, coated in resin to keep it perfect. Sitting on the stone was something else. Something Obito did not remember putting there. Something Obito wouldn't have put there. Silver goggles with orange lenses. The same ones he'd worn before. Leaning against the goggles was a scrap of paper. Written on the paper, in perfect handwriting, was a question: why would Iwa kidnap Rin during the Konobe Bridge mission? Yawning, Udon poked the fire in front of him. Kano Amaru had convinced both he and Mogi to go camping. The three kids were young and the campsite was barely inside the woods. The lights of the village could still be seen and they were maybe a stone's throw away from a popular park. There was no danger, nor were their parents far away. It didn't stop Kano Amaru from telling every ghost story he'd ever heard. There were ghosts in the woods. There were monsters in the woods. Fairies. Goblins. Mutated humans. Curses. The stories got more and more unbelievable as the night went on. Eventually, Mogi threw a stick at Kano Amaru and told him to shut up. It was his grandfather that told him these stories. Late at night, when Kano Amaru couldn't, or wouldn't, sleep. They usually ended with a protagonist who seemed to just know how to defeat it. Or a sacred tree. Or the perfect Fuinjutsu. They would keep the young boy entranced, unable to look away, unable to stop listening. He hung on every word. Knowing how Kano Amaru was, Udon and Mogi figured he was just embellishing. Which, he was. But not all of it was. The time it took them to set up the tents, to figure out how those damn poles were supposed to help and not just be a problem, was pointless. Between the stories, the critters running around, and their own excitement, none of them settled down enough to sleep. It was exciting being on their own and trusted. The three didn't know Asuma had been secretly keeping an eye on them. I'm hungry, Mogi rubbed a hand over her rumbling stomach. We're out of snacks. Udon nodded in agreement. Kano Amaru just huffed. Naruto and Ai-chan wouldn't stop watch just to eat. Both of his friends just looked at him. They blinked. Yes, Kano Amaru, Naruto and I would absolutely stop to eat. Sniffling, Udon tossed the stick in the fire. Do you think Sasuke would teach me to make a fireball? I want to ask Sakurane to teach me medical ninjutsu, too, Mogi added. She's so amazing. Kano Amaru crossed his arms. I've started learning shadow clones, but the exams interrupted it. Think they could fit us in if we went to see them. Surely they have a couple of hours, right? Bouncing on the balls of her feet, Mogi gave the two boys an excited look. Right. Just as the three agreed and took one step out of the woods, Asuma landed in front of them. I promise you the three don't have time. Asuma Aji. Kano Amaru jumped in front of the man, bouncing in excitement. Can't they spare just, maybe, 5 minutes? Please? We won't take long. Sighing, Asuma leaned down to their level. The Churyunin exams are important. They are going to go up against people from other lands. They need all the training, all the focus, to prepare themselves. He ruffled Kano Amaru's hair. After the exams are over you three can accost those three all you want. For now, leave them alone. But dash. I said no. With his voice deep, Asuma gave the kids an order instead of a suggestion. I think it's time you three head home. Go get some breakfast. As the kids began sulking toward the village, Asuma called out one last time. Don't try sneaking, kids. I will know. As he disappeared in the trees, Mogi stomped her foot. It's not fair. I know I can handle it. Come in, Mogi. Udon gently tugged on her arm. Let's go get breakfast. The exams are only a week away. We can wait until then. From his spot in the tree, Asuma watched as Mogi stomped her foot again and growled. From just inside the woods, a sprout shot through the earth. When Udon finally pulled her away, the sprout tilted toward her before wilting against the ground. After every footstep, a single flower would pop up as if she had been stepping on them as she walked. There were no flowers there before she had stepped. Scratching at his beard, Asuma whispered in the wind, what the hell was that? Hey, kid. Cracking an eye open, Naruto found that he was laying in the murky water of Kurama's cell. The water felt different this time. Warmer. Heavier. Am I sleeping? Pushing himself up, Naruto rubbed at his eyes that were still heavy with sleep. Wait. Did Sensei slip something in my tea? He did. They forget I heal you. You can't be drugged or poisoned. The only reason it worked is because I let it work. Kurama shook his large head. He had a point. You did need some real sleep. He chuckled as Naruto glared at him. How awake are you? Because I have an idea for my little brother. We need to fix this, Kurama. Naruto swished a hand around in the water. You deserve better than a damp dungeon thing to live in. Are you listening to me? Yeah, I'm listening. You have an idea to help Gaara. I'm with you. Just, can I? There was hope in Naruto's eyes that Kurama didn't want to squash. The kid was honestly wanting to help him. Looking around, Kurama did see how dark and dank the dungeon was. The water on the ground was just one more thing to keep him uncomfortable. At least he isn't chained up anymore. The problem with Naruto fixing it was in how he had to go about it. Basically, tear the seal down and rebuild it. It would be the perfect opportunity for Kurama to escape. Foxes live in the woods, right? Like in holes in the ground. What if I gave you that? Could Kurama break out? Could Kurama leave the boy to die? You would need to find where your father put this, he motioned to the situation at hand, in the seal. Then rewrite it. Hinting toward what was needed, Kurama towed a thin line. He wasn't sure if he wanted Naruto to figure it out, or not. You don't have time for that right now. Still sitting in the ankle-deep water, Naruto shrugged. Won't know unless we try, grumpy old fox. Stand up, Naruto looked around. Why am I in here, anyway? Did I do it, or did you bring me here? I brought you here. Were you lonely? Kurama sighed. No, brat. It was lonely in there, but Kurama would never tell him that. You're annoying. Why would I want you down here? There was a knowing look on the blonde's face. Yeah, you're lonely, and grumpy. Get the hell out of here and go bother your team. Pretty sure your kindred wants your attention. As Kurama prepared to kick the boy out of the mindscape, Naruto took a second to tilt his head. What's kindred mean? He didn't get an answer. He was thrown back into reality with the feeling of something soft and warm surrounding him. He wasn't laying in water, he was laying on blankets. Voices were around him. Sakura and Sasuke gently whispering back and forth. Naruto continued to lay there, just listening. Waking up with someone there was like a drug to him. What do you want for your birthday? Sakura whispered. He heard Sasuke huff. Oh, come on. There has to be something you want. Sasuke shifted next to Naruto. Birthdays don't matter. What? Sakura's voice rose to just above a whisper. Sasuke, birthdays are us celebrating you exist. Let us celebrate that you are in our lives. Now, mister, what do you want for your birthday? There was a long pause. Naruto wanted to hear the answer and fought from scratching the side of his itchy nose. Sasuke took a couple breaths, attempting to begin a sentence but unable to follow through. Then, after what felt like forever, Sasuke finally spoke. It was low, barely could be considered a whisper. I already have everything. That was so sweet, Sasuke. Said boy scoffed. We love you, too. Naruto felt Sakura shifting beside him before a giggle. Naruto could feel Sasuke's cheeks turning red. He fought back a giggle. Something practical, Sasuke mumbled. Sakura shifted again before her heat left Naruto's side. When she talked again, it was from further away. Yeah. I already guessed that. Guess Naruto and I will have to put our heads together later. Naruto heard his door open and close. You can open your eyes now, moron. Sasuke lightly kicked Naruto's shin. Eavesdropping. Still laying on his side, but with his eyes open, Naruto shrugged. Was no one going to tell me about your birthday? Not you too, Naruto. Sasuke poised himself to get up, but Naruto grabbed his wrist, pulling him back down. Naruto the words caught in his throat when the blonde wrapped his arms around Sasuke's waist, holding him in place. From against Sasuke's stomach, he felt more than heard Naruto speak. I'm getting you a present and you have no say in it. So, just take it and enjoy it. End of discussion. Sasuke huffed, but Naruto just barreled over him. I don't know how to do this whole birthday thing, but I'll try. Uchiha birthdays weren't anything special. It wasn't about celebrating that you're alive. Age was used to measure power. How old was your son when he could create a fireball? How old was your daughter when she awakened her Sharingan? Your son has the Mangekyo already? Birthdays were how your family's power was judged. Nothing more, nothing less. Sasuke definitely wasn't the one to show Naruto how birthdays are supposed to be celebrated. It's definitely better, in Sasuke's opinion, that he deferred to Sakura on this one. They should get up and start the day. But Naruto's warmth was easy to fall into. Before Sasuke knew it, he'd slid down in the cocoon of blankets and allowed the blonde to snuggle into him. It wasn't so bad to let Naruto get what he wanted just this time. He had a rough night, after all. With a pot of coffee in his hand, Kakashi took a seat at the kitchen table. When he'd woken, his head was pounding and his world was spinning. Typical of chakra exhaustion and well warranted after what he did the night before. He got strange looks when he left his room, Itachi and Kisame holding back their tsunami of questions, but they allowed Kakashi a pot of coffee. "Where were you last night?" The way Kisame said it, with the tone of an angry wife, made Kakashi chuckle. "I feel like, whatever it was stupid." Taking a deep sip from his cup, Kakashi had to agree. Really, it was stupid. Just trying something out. Testing my limits. Itachi's piercing eyes bored into him. "The kids are safe with you two here, so I decided to test my Sharingan." "You trust us that much?" Kisame's voice had a hint of surprise as if he didn't believe what he heard. After taking another sip, Kakashi nodded. "Itachi wouldn't hurt his brother, and Sakura has you wrapped around her finger. And Naruto, if you two were playing the long game and trying to get the Kyuubi, then I would fight both of you till my dying breath. Tsunade and Jiraiya would help me." That statement hung in the air. Kakashi had fought both of them before. He had a pretty good idea of how to beat them. He also had a pretty good feeling that neither of them would hurt his kids. "I'm not wrapped around Coral's finger," Kisame muttered. "She just needs someone to teach her how to use a sword that large. Someone who is used to big swords." Kakashi snorted and Itachi rolled his eyes. "Oh, not like that. Damn perverts." A door back the hall opened and closed, followed by the bathroom door doing the same. "Coral is damn determined. Is there a reason?" Itachi and Kisame looked to Kakashi for the answer. Another sip and his cup was drained. Well, he poured another cup. The pot was nearly half gone already. "That is quite the story. Zabuza has a young ward named Haku. The boy specializes in poison and senbon. To save her team, Sakura cut Haku's leg clean off. Both men's jaws dropped. She brought it back to the village and Sandaime said if she couldn't properly wield it, then it goes back to Kiri. She proved she could and, after a heated conversation, let her keep it but it has to stay in Konoha." Another sip. Skip to prelims and a girl from Kiri didn't like that she had the sword. Instead of confronting Sakura, the kid took it out on Sakura's best friend, Ino. Put Ino in the hospital. Now Sakura faces the Kiri girl in the finals. That little girl has a point to prove. After a pause, Kisame stood up. "And I will make sure she wins." Sakura had exited in bathroom and, before she even fully made it to the living room, Kisame called out to her. "Get your sword, Coral. Early training. Let's learn how to combine your sword and water." "Oh okay. Can I get a drink first, though?" Kisame nodded before grabbing Samehada. "I'll be waiting." Looking at her sensei, Sakura didn't know what to think. Did I do something?" "No," Kakashi smiled at her. "He's just eager today." Instead of her normal juice or tea, Sakura just grabbed a water bottle, her sword, and skipped out of the house, still in her pajamas and barefoot. "What did you do last night?" Itachi's voice was stern, he wanted answers. But how could Kakashi answer that question without revealing too much? Intellectually, Kakashi knew he couldn't keep his time hopping a secret forever. But, was right now the time to reveal it? Was Itachi who he let in on his secret? "I told you dash." "No, what you said was not the truth." Kisame hates liars. Sitting forward, Itachi's pale fingers reached forward and pulled the coffee cup away from Kakashi. "Obito has the Mangekyo, which means you do, too. Were you trying to use it?" Maybe Itachi was giving him a way out, or maybe the teen just worded his question in the wrong way, but Kakashi jumped at the explanation. Yeah, alright. I was trying to use it without immediately passing out from chakra exhaustion. Spoiler alert, it didn't work out. The chakra reserve training you have the kids doing, it wouldn't hurt for you to try it, also. Kakashi scoffed. Damn Uchiha and their naturally large chakra reserves. Don't tell the kids. They'll just worry. I'll be fine. Next time you won't go alone. It wasn't a question. Now he knows where Sasuke got that from. He gave Itachi a half-hearted kick, just barely a toe bumping into a shin, but it was enough to remind the two of the Umbu days. When Shisui got a little too lippy and Itachi got a little too brooding, Kakashi used that to bring them down a notch. The way Itachi smirked let Kakashi know the teen didn't forget, either. It was hot. The July sun was beating down on the kids as they sparred in the yard. Kakashi had a tray with tall glasses of ice-cold tea. He'd yelled for them to take a break an hour ago. There was a lot of humming in agreement, but no one moved toward the porch. The far side of the yard, closer to the wall, was soaked. Feet sloshed through ankle-deep water that the oversaturated ground couldn't absorb. Sakura had a natural ability to master ninjutsu easily. Adding in a nature affinity was like child's play. Barely an hour into training, Sakura held a stream of water like a whip in her hand. She cracked it at Samehada, who wiggled around as if an animal getting a bath. One particularly good aim left Kisame with a cut on his cheekbone. The blue man puffed up with pride. Itachi was pushing himself, but Kakashi was allowing it. The teen had Sasuke relearning the Uchiha Taijutsu style. Over the years, Sasuke had developed some bad habits Itachi wanted to train out of him. There was talk of how Sasuke fought in the air too much. How Sasuke needed to keep his feet on the ground more. The two fought, Sharingan versus Sharingan, Taijutsu versus Taijutsu, until they were both sweaty and heaving for air. At midday, Jiraiya had come into the yard. He looked far too happy for someone who should have a hangover. Wherever he'd gone the night before left a smile on his face. Kakashi didn't really want to know. When Naruto came out of the room, he sheepishly apologized to Jiraiya. I'm sorry about yesterday. But, I'll do better today. See, can we train again? Jiraiya ruffled his hair. I should apologize to you, kid. You're not your father and I should stop treating you like you are. You two learn differently and I need to teach you as Naruto, not as Minato. If I slip, let me know. It was Jiraiya's long-winded way of saying sorry and Naruto melted into it. Now, kid. I want to see how well you can mold your wind affinity. They trained a lot better after that. The far side of the yard, closer to the dojo, was covered in Naruto's bright orange shorts and deep blue shirts, all trying like hell to create a bigger raise-non. That idea was Kakashi's. He may have offhandedly mentioned that having clones would help Naruto train the equivalent of months in a few days. That one statement led to his current flood of blonde heads in the yard. Naruto had more control over his chakra this time around. Kurama, previously, wouldn't let Naruto have any peace without trying to get out. This time he seemed more understanding, pliable. He was allowing Naruto to use huge amounts of chakra with, seemingly, no arguments. Although miffed that his students had other, perhaps more qualified, teachers, Kakashi was happy they were growing stronger. They would need it in the coming exam finals. Especially Naruto, whom it seemed every problem always relied on him to solve. The poor kid was definitely the protagonist in his own anime. In the middle of training, with the sun high in the sky, the original Naruto walked up to Jiraiya, an inquisitive look in his eyes. Jiraiya looked down at him, eyebrow raised. What would be a practical present? Naruto rolled the words around like he wasn't sure if they were foreign to him. Sasuke said he wanted something practical. I know what practical means, I just need some ideas. Jiraiya hummed in contemplation. Every Uchiha I'd known valued power over anything. Those two are different, though. He scratched his chin. Something to help him in the finals. Looking deep in thought, Naruto sat down and picked at the grass. The clones continued working, but Naruto really wasn't paying attention. Whatever he got Sasuke had to be perfect. Had to be useful. He looked up, finding Sasuke in the yard. Watching as Sasuke formed the hand seals for the Chidori, Naruto saw him wavering. Sasuke couldn't use more than 3 Chidori without risking chakra exhaustion. Would he need more than that in the finals? What if Sasuke needed more chakra? Naruto never did figure out his chakra sharing seal. He hadn't had the time. If he could just share some chakra with Sasuke. Or, even better, give Sasuke a larger reserve. Some chakra stockpiled away. Oh. Hey. Can we, take a break for today? Jiraiya looked down at the boy. You okay? Yeah, I just got an idea. Naruto looked up at him. For Sasuke's birthday present. They had been training for hours. Starting after breakfast and burning through lunch, Jiraiya realized Naruto hadn't taken a break one time. With the number of clones that were taking over the yard, Jiraiya calculated Naruto probably learned a week's worth of training in just a few hours. Do me a favor, alright? Go get a drink and grab something to eat, then you're free. He got a blinding smile before their section of the yard was covered in the smoke of disappearing clones. Lightheaded, Naruto wavered on his feet. The strain of keeping that many clones active added to the combined memories flooding back into him gave the boy vertigo. Jiraiya grabbed his shoulder until the dizziness subsided. Once Naruto was back to normal, he jogged back to the house. He watched as Kakashi handed him a glass and ordered him to sit on the swing. A few minutes later, Naruto was running toward the village, a sandwich hanging from his mouth. It was devoured before Naruto rounded the alley that led toward the blacksmith. He had an idea, a great idea, and the excitement was burning through him. K, tall and bearded, was standing behind the counter, arguing with a ninja from IWA. There was a line, several ninja impatiently waiting for their turn. Naruto took his place in line and waited. After a couple more minutes of arguing, K ordered the man out of the shop. After that, the line moved quickly until it was finally Naruto's turn. Hey, kiddo. What can I get you? I can wait until you are not so busy. I have an idea for a present for my friend. The ninja behind Naruto began to grumble. I'll wait over there. Pointing to the hinged part of the counter that led to the back, K gave him a smile. Help me get these people taken care of, and we can talk. Deal. Vigorously, Naruto nodded and ducked behind the counter. He spent the next hour playing Gopher as he counted out and bagged what seemed like thousands of kunao and shuriken. Everything went smoothly until 2 Konoha Chiryunin entered the shop. It was obvious they were slightly drunk, stumbling and bumping into patrons and shelves. The 2 cut in line in front of a few foreign ninja when they spotted Naruto. You need to keep better company, K, the first one slurred. This little monster doesn't belong here. He laughed when Naruto dropped his head. The second one thumped a fist on the counter. Kmin, demon boy. Come and show us your genin abilities. I don't see Haytake anywhere around to stop us. Don't want that little freak to touch any of our stuff. K was a big man, broad shoulders, and large stature. When he stood up to his full height he towered over the 2 Chiryunin. Get out of my shop. Both Chiryunin tried to argue, but K just slammed his fists on the counter, silencing them. I don't sell to pathetic little men who like to play ninja. Don't come back to my stall as long as your backward-thinking asses are still sad, pathetic little men. Shocked didn't come close to the expression on Naruto's face. The 2 Chiryunin weren't faring any better. It seemed as if they sobered up quick before all but running out of the stall. They were chastised for their ignorance and the foreign ninja in line thought it was hilarious. Raucous laughter filled the small alley, making the 2 Chiryunin run from the area. The rest of the patrons said nothing when a shy little blonde bagged their purchases. Naruto felt small next to the lumbering man, but kept himself busy. Once the last of the line was taken care of, K took a seat on the stool next to him. Fucking close-minded people and this town's backward ideas. He used the towel on his belt to wipe at his forehead. Kid, don't let them get to you. I know it's easier said than done. You need to know there are more people in this village who see you as just a kid than you think. I am sorry. Naruto flopped down on an overturned crate behind him. I just wanted to help. K leaned forward, bracing his body with a large forearm. Don't be. You never deserved any of that. There was another wipe of his forehead with the rag. Now, let's forget about those assholes and focus on why you came here in the first place. Let's hear your idea. Nodding, Naruto sat up a little straighter. Well, see, my friend's birthday is coming up and I want to get him something really special. He wants something practical, and I came up with an idea, but I need some help figuring it out, and you know metal, right? 'Cause that's what you do and dash. Kid, breathe, Kay laughed. Okay. Something practical for a ninja. Naruto nodded. You talking a tool? Shaking his head, Naruto began talking with his hands. A ring, I think. Well, see, he needs a way to control his chakra. Like, maybe, store it. He does this cool ability, but he can only do it a couple of times before he runs out of chakra, and he will need to use it more often if he wants to win the finals, and I think I can write a seal to do that, but I think it needs to touch his skin dash. Kay boomed out a laugh. Kid. Breathe between sentences, damn. You need a metal to conduct chakra. Are you talking about the dark-haired kid you came here with? The one who bought the Tonfu? Naruto eagerly nodded. Well, you've got two options. Kid's affinity is lightning, right? Again, Naruto nodded. Pure steel would get the job done, but also would get hot. Meteorite would be better, wouldn't get hot when it's used, but that's damn expensive and needs to be shipped in from IWA. Kay rubbed at his chin, eyes darting around the shop. Hold on a minute. He got up and began digging through a box in the corner. I swear I had some, pulling different hunks of metal out of a crate, Kay mumbled to himself. Then, in a loud aha, Kay stood up straight holding a small hunk of stone in his hand. Found it. Found what? Naruto twisted around in his seat, trying to see what Kay was holding. It looked so small in the man's large hand. Kay tossed it toward Naruto, who caught it easily. It was rough, scratching at his skin as he rolled it around. It felt dense and hard, heavy in his hand. The inside of the rock, seen on the only smooth side that looked as if it was cut with a knife, was smooth and shiny, black dotted with silver. That, kid, is meteorite. I had a guy who wanted tonfa made from it. Came out looking nice, but the damn moron cut his hand off trying to learn them. Come on with me. I think my wife can help you out. Will she talk to me? With soft eyes, Kay ruffled Naruto's hair. Yes, kid, she definitely will. After setting an out of the store sign on his counter, Kay led Naruto out the back of the shop. The artisans all gathered in one place. Close to the edge of the village, where the strong smell of melting metal and chemicals couldn't be smelled by the population, they all had shops in one long line. The stores themselves were on both sides, creating an alley to walk through. Out the back of the shops was a smaller walkway that held garbage and crates full of product. The two walked down this small walkway until they came to a stall covered in tapestries and fabric, hanging like curtains on three sides. A young woman, petite with long brown hair, sat in front of a desk, magnifying glasses sat on the edge of her nose. Pulling one curtain aside, Kay gently pushed Naruto inside, following right behind. Fumiko. Hey, love. She turned around, dark green eyes peeking over the rim of her magnifying glasses. Oh, and who is this? Kay clapped a hand on Naruto's shoulder. This is Naruto. A spark of recognition crossed Fumiko's face. He needs to talk jewelry. My favorite subject, she cheerily smiled at the blonde, motioning toward a stool across from her. Is this for a girl? No. Naruto shook his head fervently. No, not a girl. It's for a boy. My best friend. It's his birthday. Fumiko smiled at him, nodding. Ah, I see. Now, kiddo, what do you need? I have this idea for a ring that conducts chakra so he can hold more chakra because he does this cool thing but he can only do it so many times and I want to help him do it more because the finals are coming up and I can create a seal to do it but the object needs to constantly touch his skin to be active and the only thing I could think of was a ring dash. Kay huffed out a laugh at Naruto's rambling. Fumiko's smile got bigger. Okay. Naruto cut off mid-sentence. What metal are we talking? Meteorite. Kay motioned for Naruto to hand Fumiko the piece he had in his hand. Should be just enough for a ring. It was a small piece of rock, barely big enough to fit in Naruto's palm. Just enough. Pushing her long hair out of her face, Fumiko looked deep in thought. So we only get one chance at this, huh? Do we size it to your finger, then? She directed the last question at Naruto as she reached out to grab his hand. She gently touched his middle finger, judging the size while looking at the rock in his other hand. I'd like to do the middle finger. It will fit tighter, I think. But that's if we have enough. There was a long pause before Fumiko straightened her posture. "K, see what you can do with the metal. Make me a circle about the size of your pinky, my love." K nodded, took the rock from Naruto's hand, and left the stall. "You, my adorable little man," Naruto blushed, "can get to work on your seal. I need your finger for a minute to size it, then we should be set. It won't take long for that to melt down." It didn't take nearly as long as Naruto was expecting. She sized his finger with circles of metal all held onto a key ring. Mumbling random numbers, the woman pulled out a small cone-shaped metal and set it down on her table along with several other tools. She handed Naruto a pen and paper and put him to work on the seal. When Kei came back in with a small ring of metal in his hand, Naruto marveled over how the deep black shined in the sunlight. The metal was still warm as he worked it around his palm. And this is going to be big enough for him to wear. When I'm through with it, yes. But we have some more stretching to do. Finish your seal, Han. This part will take me a bit. Within half an hour, Naruto had the base of the seal down. He chanced to glance at Fumiko, who was intermittently working the metal and letting it sit in a small bowl of some smelly chemical. That only meant that Naruto had extra time to think. Extra time to work more and more into the seal. By the time the ring was done, several hours later, the seal was barely fitting on the parchment anymore. When Fumiko and Kei handed the ring over to Naruto, the boy was shocked. The outside was a deep jet black with silver veins spider-webbed throughout it. The inside was bright silver and so smooth it shined. Naruto slipped it on his own finger, watching how the metal popped against his tanned skin. He was surprised to see that the inner and outer layers are separate, the outer layer spinning whenever he touched it. "You said he's lightning, too, right? I thought maybe kinetic energy would help him out." Kei shrugged. Naruto just smiled brightly back at him. "It's perfect." Fumiko took Naruto's hand and slipped the ring onto his middle finger. It sat comfortably, not too tight, not too loose. The ring shimmered as Naruto spun the outer layer. The silver veins stood out against the black of the meteorite. It was wonderful. Pulling out Gama-chan, who was fat with the money he had earned thus far, Naruto began to ask what he owed. The way the two looked at each other gave him pause. If I can't afford it, I promise I'll get it to you. Maybe 1 or 2 more missions and dash." No, Han, that's not, we're trying to decide how much we want to charge you." Fumiko ruffled his hair. "You do get a discount for being adorable." Kei laughed. "Pay me for the materials and Fumiko for her time." He nodded, solidifying his idea. "That's all you owe." "No, I can pay whatever, I promise. If you need it all now, Sensei will help me, I'm sure if I ask him. Or that old pervert, maybe? He owes me after all his bullshit about building a pond and those damn toads. Or maybe Sakura would. She could go half with me." Kei clapped a hand on his shoulder. "You are paying for it. You're paying me for the meteorite and you're paying Fumiko for her hard work. We're not giving you something as rare as meteorite for free." It made Naruto feel better knowing they weren't thinking of him as a charity case. There is nothing worse than being pitted. As Naruto handed Kei the notes, drops of something wet were covering them. He looked up, expecting to see a leak, but immediately looked back down with Fumiko gasped. Kei watched as his wife pulled Naruto tight against him. "Oh, sweetheart. Don't cry." Naruto sniffled into her shoulder. "First Aya and now you too. Usually, people aren't nice to me." Kei's gut knotted up at Naruto's words. Who knew what the boy had endured, but if the three of them could make it easier on him, then they will. No matter what. He met his wife's eyes over Naruto's shoulder, his eyes saying what he was thinking. Fumiko felt the same way, he already knew that. and Aya would agree with them. There was about to be an artisan meeting, so the three of them knew exactly who they could turn to. With Gama-chan skinnier, parchment, and ring in his hand, Naruto jumped on rooftops and trees until he reached home. On his way in the door, he grabbed Kakashi's hand, pulling him along. "Sensei, I need you a minute." "Where have you been?" Kakashi pulled the boy to a stop in the living room. "Naruto, we need to establish some communication. I know you're a genin, but, as your sensei, I really want to know where you're at and where you go." Biting his lip, Naruto looked at the floor. "Sorry, sensei. I went to visit Kei, the blacksmith. I wanted to get Sasuke a present and he wanted something practical and I thought up this idea, but I needed a ring and I didn't mean to make you mad dash." Kakashi kneeled in front of him. "I'm not mad. I was a little worried, is all." Eyeing Naruto's closed fist, Kakashi tapped the back of his hand. "What's this, then?" Dropping the ring in Kakashi's hand, Naruto braced himself for his sensei's opinion. It's made of meteorite." Kakashi held it up to the light. "It spins, too." Slipping it on his pointer finger, which had only fit up to the first knuckle, Kakashi spun the ring, watching it shimmer. "And I'm gonna seal it so it holds chakra and he can use it to use the Chidori more." "You never did do anything by halves." Kakashi smiled at him. "The ring is beautiful. What do you need to finish it off?" He handed the ring back to Naruto. He handed the parchment to Kakashi. Once unrolled, it was covered to each edge with black ink. "Add this seal to it, then I can tune it to Sasuke's chakra when I give it to him." "What all can it do, Naruto?" The look in the boy's eyes told volumes. Skipping dinner with the homestead, Sakura made the excuse she needed to go see Ino. She wasn't lying. She was going to see Ino. Just, not for dinner. Skipping into the Yamanaka's house, Sakura surprised Ino with a hug from behind. "Hey." She squeezed a little tighter. "I need your help." Ino giggled. "What's up?" "Sasuke's birthday is in 2 days. I want to throw him a party." Immediately, Ino turned around. "A party?" Breaking out of Sakura's hold, the blonde began jumping up and down. "I love parties." "Oh. I'm so excited." "Are you having it at the house?" "No, that would be way too easy for Itaki and Kisame to be found out. Sasuke's such a homebody. I want to get him out somewhere." Ino nodded in agreement. "I need help planning a party. Yours were always so fun. How did you do that?" Ino gave her a strange look. "You don't know how to, oh, yeah, your parties were never normal, were they?" She rubbed her chin before making an aha sound. "We can definitely do this in a couple of days. And do it right. Where do you want to have it?" "Our old training field, maybe? It's big enough for everyone, I think." Ino nodded in agreement. "We could invite everyone we know. All the genin and the root kids?" "I think the root kids need something normal, like a party. We need decorations, food, music, a cake, party lights dash." Sakura giggled. "Calm down, Ino. This is Sasuke. He won't want anything huge." "Well, true." She scratched her chin. "Okay. Let's gather the girls. You need to focus on the finals so we can do most of it. It will be your job to get Mr. Tall, Dark and Brooding to the training ground." Smiling, Sakura wrapped her arms around Ino. "Thank you. You're amazing." She missed the way Ino blushed at her admiration. Stop 1 was Tenten's home. The girl answered the door with her brown hair loose from their braids. It hung to his shoulder blades, surprising Ino and Sakura. They'd never seen Tenten with her hair down. "What's up?" Ino bounced around her, touching Tenten's hair. Sakura just shook her head, giggling. "Other than you two fussing over my hair." Ino was still bouncing around when she announced, "We're having a party for Sasuke. We would like to ask you if you want to help plan." They only had to wait long enough for Tenten to grab her sandals and tell her parents where she was going. Then they were on their way for Hinata. None were sure they could get a hold of her, with how her father was, but they were willing to try. The girl needed some normalcy once in a while. The three stopped at the Hyuga compound gates, the archway looming above them. Hyuga was entering and leaving, all staring down at the three girls. "We just walk in, right?" Ino's voice shook a tiny bit. "Just, walk in and ask where her house is." Sakura nodded but didn't move. Why was the Hyugas so terrifying? Their pupil-less eyes just stared through people. It was unnerving. "What are you three doing?" All three girls jumped at the voice behind them. They turned around to see Niji with a smirk on his face. Scared. Tenten rolled her eyes. You guys are all," she waved her hand at him, "difficult." "We can be," Niji agreed. "Come on. I'll take you to Hinata." The three girls walked close to Niji, not letting him stray too far. The Hyugas watched them walking behind Niji, watching the three girls as if they didn't belong there. It wasn't far-fetched to say they really didn't belong. Then they came upon Hinata's home. It was huge. A sprawling traditional home with a garden outside bordering a perfectly paved walkway. Absolutely stunning, but overbearing. Niji knocked on the door and attempted to leave. Tenten grabbed his arm and kept him standing still beside them. When the door opened, they were expecting a tall man in robes, not a small girl who looked a lot like Hinata. "Who are you?" "They're Hinata's friends." Niji tried to move again, but Tenten kept her grip. "They want to talk to Hinata." The young girl eyed them warily. "You're the other genin? The ones who are nice to her?" "Of course we're nice to Hinata," Ino said, affronted. "Why wouldn't we be? She's so precious." "She's shy," Sakura added. "We know that. But we aren't mean to her." Niji can vouch for that. Finally pulling away from Tenten's grip, Niji stepped forward. "They're good to her, Hanabi. I promise." Another pale hand joined Hanabi's at the door. The hand opened the door wider until Hinata's face could be seen over Hanabi's. What is going on?" "Hinata." Tenten sounded a little too excited. "We just want your help with something. Your sister is very Hyuga." A shy smile crossed her face. "What do you need?" "Come help us plan a party," Ino said more than asked. "It's Sasuke's birthday and Sakura needs help planning it and throwing it and dealing with it. Basically, Tenten cut in, we are here to ask if you want to help. It's just us three planning it. No boys involved. Just us." Hanabi turned to look at her sister. She was surprised to see Hinata smiling. "Why yes, I'll help." "Can I go now?" Niji asked, rolling his eyes and walking away. Ino mumbled, "Grouch," under her breath. Hinata hid a small smile. "So. Let's meet up tomorrow. Bright and early at training ground 7. Deal." Sakura was so excited. This was actually going to work out. The other three girls agreed, making Sakura giggle in anticipation. This is going to be amazing. When dinner was served, and everyone was showered, the boys were in bed. They'd had a full day of training and, in Naruto's case, creating things. The boys were both exhausted. Kakashi was sipping tea while he watched the wildlife take over the yard. "Kakashi," Itachi stepped out on the porch, "can I talk to you for a minute?" "Of course." Kakashi turned around, facing Itachi in the darkness. They really needed a porch light, didn't they? "Come back inside where there's light." It was the most unsure Kakashi had ever seen him. Were you aware of the Uchiha rite of passage? Is it the one that takes place after you've awakened your Sharingan? Itachi nodded. "I know a bit." Obito wouldn't shut up about it. Itachi nodded and took a deep breath. Sasuke didn't get one. Still looking down, he raised his eyes to look at Kakashi. "I would like to, I thought, maybe, I could dash." "You want to give him the right?" Wow. Of all the things Kakashi thought he would get talked about tonight, the Uchiha rite of passage was not it. "What do you need to do it?" Itachi just blinked. You think he would accept it?" "Yes," Kakashi nodded. "He's proud of being an Uchiha. He would love to take a rite of passage he wouldn't have gotten to otherwise." Again, Itachi looked up at Kakashi. "But, from me? Would he accept it from me?" "Itachi, I told you. Sasuke does not hate you. Angry, yes. But it was never hate. He clings on to everything you say, just like when he was young. If you are willing to give him this, then he will jump at it. Kakashi squeezed his bicep. Do it. He will love it. He had the encouragement. Now Itachi needed to figure out how. Chapter 42, Happy Birthday. The entire day just felt off. Why had no one mentioned what day it was? Sitting at the kitchen table, chin in his hand, Sasuke tapped his fingers against the wooden top. Ever since he'd woken up it was like just another day. It's what he wanted, right? It's what he told everyone. He doesn't want to celebrate his birthday. Don't make a big deal out of it. Sakura spent that night with Ino. Naruto slept next to him, but woke up this morning like nothing was going on. Breakfast was, painfully, normal. Kakashi sat a pot of coffee in the center of the table. Naruto stole Sasuke's toast then asked Kisame if, when he ate fish, that made Kisame a cannibal. As always, Itachi sat there quietly sending little jabs in Kisame's direction, working the blue man up. Nowhere, not even in the slightest, did anyone mention it was July 23rd. Today was Sasuke's 13th birthday. No one cared. There was no other word for it. Sasuke couldn't deny what it was. He was moping. It was right before lunch when Naruto came running in the house. Sasuke had a moment where he expected Naruto to shout, "Happy birthday," but that didn't happen. Instead Naruto began rambling about hiding where his seal was, about how no one can see it's gone. He was quickly followed by Kakashi with a message scroll in his hand. Well, Kakashi leaned against the wall with the scroll unrolled. You've impressed Guy. He's inviting you to Training Field 7 for an all-out fight. Apparently, Guy feels as if you're proficient enough to fight with your Tonfu. With sealing paper in his hand, Naruto fussed over the placement and how to make it stick. Sasuke slapped his hands away. What are you doing? If Guy-sensei challenged you, then his team probably knows. And if they know, the other teams probably know, too. And no one knows your seal is gone. And we want Shikamaru to think it's still there and you can't use it in your chakra is all. Naruto wiggled his fingers, messed up. The blonde had a point. If something big is going down, the other genin will be there. Shikamaru is a strategist, he would be paying attention for any weaknesses. So, let him focus on a weakness that doesn't exist. Before they left, after the seal paper was in place and held down with strong tape, Itachi ruffled his hair. I am sure you'll do great. Kisame yelled out from the porch, don't embarrass yourself, kid. Itachi waited until they were out of sight. He pulled a cloak around him and placed the suppression seal over his chest. As hidden as he could be, Itachi took to the trees. He had a right to plan. The entire walk consisted of Naruto's excited chatter. Sasuke kept adjusting his grip on the Tonfu. He wasn't nervous. Absolutely not. It was warm out and his palms were a little clammy. But, no, he wasn't nervous. Kakashi placed a hand on Sasuke's back. Just a gentle reminder Sasuke wasn't alone. Naruto's chatter continued. The cobblestone path faded into dirt the closer to the training field they got. It was cooler in the shade of the oak trees that surrounded them. This was the training field the three used to use. This was where they'd taken Kakashi's bell test. This was where 3 12-year-olds became a team, a family. Guy met them on the path. He stood there with his hands on his hips, smiling at Sasuke. Are you ready, my youthful pupil? Sasuke fought the urge to roll his eyes. Yes. Good. Show me how much you've learned. In a rush of leaves, Guy disappeared. Sasuke gripped his Tonfu and walked into the training field. Surprise. Stopping in his tracks, Sasuke stared at the group of people before him. The training field had fairy lights and paper lanterns hung around. There was a large sign hanging over a plastic table filled with gifts. The amazing smell of barbecue permeated the area. He'd been so preoccupied with the pending test that he'd not been fully paying attention. The Tonfu dropped on the ground as he took in his friends standing around. There were a few paper birthday hats on the more outgoing friends. Several of them had plastic cups held in their hands. Sakura came jogging forward. She was smiling so bright as she reached for his hand. "Happy birthday, Sasuke." With his hand in hers, she dragged him toward the party. Naruto followed close behind, asking Sakura for a head of his own. There was a chorus of his friends all congratulating him on making it to 13. He tolerated a hug from Ino, and even Tenten, before deciding he'd had his limit of physical contact. Courtesy of the Akimichis, there was a table filled with barbecue. Paper plates were passed out with plastic silverware. There were people sitting on the ground as they ate, others stood. Plastic cups filled with some type of drink was handed out by a woman that Koji resembled. Sasuke noticed that, when Ino said something to her, she had the same laugh as Koji. Naruto, who had a bright red paper hat on his head, was bouncing from person to person. He was naturally outgoing and craved attention. A party was the perfect environment for him. In an effort to remove himself from the bulk of the people, Sasuke found a tree and stood against it. The people were getting loud. He could hear Kiba and Ino arguing over something with Sakura and Naruto's laughs in the undertone. "I hate parties." Shikamaru came to stand beside him. He took a sip from his plastic cup. "Too much talking and mingling, as Ino calls it. Troublesome." Sasuke couldn't help but smirk. "Yeah, troublesome." He looked up at the sign hanging over the table. It's safe to assume this was the girl's idea. "This is toned down." Sasuke looked at Shikamaru with a raised brow. They forgot who they were planning a party for. Setting the plate down, Sasuke took a deep breath. What do you do? At a party. Uchiha didn't have parties, Shikamaru nodded to himself. Well, there's the food, then presents, then you have cake. All the while people talk and just hang out. Or, if you're me, you hide in a corner and hope people forget you exist. Sasuke snorted. Would that work for me? Seeing as how this is your party, I doubt it would work for you. There was a span of silence before Sasuke muttered, I don't like cake. Shikamaru laughed. Their little corner of solace didn't last when Sakura came skipping over. She had that sickly sweet smile that usually makes people do what she wants. It works for most adults in Naruto. And, as she took his hand and pulled him toward a table filled with packages, it worked on him as well. It was Sakura and Ino who took up the mantle of present handlers. They went down the table, one by one, handing Sasuke boxes and bags. This was so out of his element. Shikamaru was right, Uchiha didn't have parties. Was it your birthday? Good for you. Now, let's move on. He vaguely knew that other clans had parties. Other clans made a big deal out of surviving another year. The concept was just so foreign to him. So, contrary to his better judgment, Sasuke allowed Sakura and Ino to coax him through this party. Ino took it upon herself to be first. Shiny balloon images patterned over an equally shiny bag was thrust into his hands. Pulling the tissue paper out, Sasuke could make out the top of a book. He was surprised to pull out a Yamanaka book dedicated to teaching the art of encryption. That's part 1, Ino said, taking the bag and tissue paper from his hand. There are 10 altogether. When I think you mastered this one, you can trade me for the second one. Sasuke nodded, still holding the book tightly in his hands. In academy you always scored high in the tiny bit of decryption Iruka-sensei taught us. That is child's play. Let's see how well you do with a real challenge. A small, unmarked box was handed to him by Kiba. When opened, a corked vial slid out into Sasuke's hand. It swished with a deep yellow liquid almost the texture of syrup. It's pheromone. Akamaru yipped in agreement. All of our ninkin are trained to track it down. Even through water. It's thickened so it sticks to whatever you wipe it on. Basically, if you're lost, put this on and an Inuzuka will always find you. Ew, Ino wrinkled her nose. What's it smell like? Kiba snorted. What do you think it smells like? Really strong dog piss. That is disgusting. Then stay lost, Ino. Damn. As the two bickered, Sakura handed Sasuke a deep green bag. Inside was a small plastic bottle full of multicolored balls. Sasuke pulled the bottle out and, holding it with his finger and thumb, gave it a little shake. It was easy to identify what they were and who created them. Akimichi were known for their ability to turn calories into stamina. It was something no other ninja could ever replicate, let alone perfect it in the same way. Over generations the clan have also perfected stamina pills. They were constantly cooking, constantly eating. It made sense that an Akimichi would create powerful stamina pills that also tasted good. They're tomato-flavored. Koji shrugged. Thought you'd like those ones better than chocolate or curry. Sasuke smirked and nodded. Yeah, I would. Shikamaru was lazy by nature. He always took the easy way out. On Ino's birthday, he had always conned his mother into getting something for her. Koji was easy. Shikamaru could just blow his allowance on snacks and his best friend would be happy. Sasuke was different. But it didn't mean Shikamaru couldn't take the easy way out. He'd played shogi with many people. He'd never played against Sasuke. In a box on the table, wrapped with a bold green bow, courtesy of his mother, Shikamaru gifted Sasuke a shogi board. When you think you can keep up with me, I'll be waiting. Sasuke met Shikamaru's eyes. Challenge accepted. There was no brightly colored bag handed to him from Lee. Instead, the boy pulled a burlap sack from beneath the table. It strained against whatever was inside of it, pulling the threads taut. Lee handed it to Sasuke with a bright smile on his face. Sasuke prepared himself for something heavy, but it was more than he'd thought. Inside was a set of ankle weights. Not quite the same as Lee's, but he'd have to work up to that poundage. I cannot wait for the day you can keep up with me. Lee gave him a thumbs up. I believe it will not be long, Sasuke. Tenten was giddy about her gift. It was a small bag filled with even smaller scrolls. I've been working on these and they're finally done. I heard you were proficient with Fuma Shuriken. Inside the scrolls are Fuma Shuriken, but they're miniaturized. They don't pop back to full size until they're thrown. She was so proud of herself. Sasuke knew she had a right to be. These were very creative. And useful. When Hyuga girls are young they are taught about medicinal herbs and flowers. They are taught how to grind them down, how to cook them into oils and salves. Hinata excelled in that. Her medicines were always powerful and worked quickly. It was the one thing Hinata held close to her, the one thing she could do that her sister could not. Hinata gave Sasuke the only useful thing she felt she could. A ceramic jar filled with a pale orange salve. It's burn salve, Hinata stuttered out from behind Shino. Sasuke had to admit it smelled amazing. Thanks, Hinata. It was probably the first time he'd ever spoken to her, Sasuke realized. It's no wonder her eyes went wide before hiding her head behind Shino. Speaking of Shino, he was standing tall with a bright green birthday hat on his head. It was so strange to see the kid with all of his normal garb and a birthday hat. But, even with that anomaly, Shino was still Shino. The picture of practicality. His gift was a wooden box filled with essential ninja tools. Why? Because they were something every ninja needs. It may have been simple, but Sasuke was grateful nonetheless. Sasuke and Neji would probably never be best friends. Uchiha and Hyuga were rival clans, after all. The two could call a truce and be civil. He wasn't expecting a gift from Neji, but Sasuke was surprised he was handed one. Just a simple box that held various types of ninja wire. You seem to be adept at using it, Neji said with his nose in the air. These will help you get better. Not acknowledging the jab, Sasuke just sat the box on the table and hummed in response. He missed the sympathetic look Neji gave when looking at the seal paper on his neck. The rootlings, as they've taken to being called, were slowly nudged forward by Tenzo. Sasuke had seen Sakura and Naruto talking to them earlier. They tried to get the kids to mingle with mixed results. The most outgoing of the three was Ori, who was fascinated with Shino's insects. When it was time for presents, Ori was the first of the three to step forward. My friend Kari helped me, Ori smiled up at Sasuke. It's a neurotoxin. She said to be very careful. Sakura giggled behind him before whispering the correct pronunciation in his ear. Oh. Neurotoxin. Ruffling Ori's hair, Shin stepped forward. I hope these will be useful to you. He handed Sasuke a thick scroll filled with rare kata. The scroll was old with tears decorated throughout the exposed and yellowed parchment. It had to have come from Danzo, which means it was, most likely, illegally obtained. But how could Sasuke say no to a rare taijutsu art? In a black frame was a hand-drawn picture of Team 7. Sai handed it to Sasuke with hope on his face. He wanted Sasuke to like it. Dark charcoal drawings of the four standing side by side, all four smiling, next to a forest backdrop. Thank you. Sasuke gave Sai a small smile. Sakura skipped forward, a bright pink bag in her hands. She giggled when Sasuke wrinkled his nose at the color. Inside, underneath equally pink tissue paper, was a deep black tonfu halter accented in blood-red threading. The leather was thick and polished, soft in his hands. When he looked up to Sakura, she was holding his tonfu in her hands. You're going to need something to hold them. Something strong and cut-proof. She gave him that sickly sweet smile. I tried to find them in pink, but I thought that might be too mean. He chuckled, still working the leather around in his hand. Buying a halter had crossed his mind many times. He was waiting until Guy said he was proficient enough to take his tonfu on missions. Sasuke had to admit, these were better than he was thinking. Thank you, Sakura. With long bangs in front of his eyes, Sasuke looked down at his hands. Sakura rolled her eyes before wrapping him in a hug. This is me celebrating that you're in my life, she whispered. I never had a brother, but I imagine this is what it feels like. He didn't know what to say. Sakura had rendered him speechless. When she let him go, Sasuke wasn't sure what emotion was on his face, but Sakura smiled at him before backing away. Everyone looked to Naruto expectantly, but the blonde just kicked the ground. It's at home. You forgot it. Kiba laughed, bumping his shoulder against Naruto. It's not like you didn't know where you were going. Naruto shook his head. No, I didn't forget it. I just want to give it to him at home. Before Kiba could open his mouth, before he could say something rude or vulgar, Hinata tugged on his sleeve. Maybe it's something special. Something we won't you understand. We all have little inside jokes and things we do with our teams, Tenten agreed. Things other teams won't understand. She watched Naruto's shoulders sag with relief. Besides, it's time for cake. We all have to go pretty soon. Getting a group of ninja together, even genin, was difficult. The Chunin exams helped facilitate getting them together, but it couldn't stay like that long. Those that were in the finals wanted to get back to training. Those that didn't make it were helping those that did. As Sakura opened the box that held the cake, she gasped. Oh, Hinata. It looks awesome. Hinata made it. Kiba pushed himself to the front of the crowd. Then I absolutely know this will be delicious. When he tried to take the first slice, Sakura slapped his hand. Sasuke gets the first piece. She handed Sasuke the piece of cake with a smirk. At least take one bite, then you can give it to Naruto. When Kiba gave Sakura a strange look, she shrugged. Sasuke doesn't like sweet things. What is wrong with you? Kiba looked legitimately shocked. Ino smacked him before giving Kiba his slice. Shut up and eat. She sat another piece down in front of Akamaru and scratched his head. Hinata made it special so you can eat it, too. Sasuke waited until Sakura looked away as she cut another slice. He handed the cake to Naruto. If she asks, I did take a bite. Naruto giggled. The kitchen table was covered with the gifts Sasuke received. Kisame picked through it, making comments about the quality. On his back was the new halter and his tonfa. Sakura picked one way better than Sasuke would have on his own. Kakashi gently put the ankle weights on the floor. The wood groaned with the weight. This wire is cheap. They make better quality in Kiri. Putting a hand on her hip, Sakura glared at Kisame. Well, Shark Man, what did you get, Sasuke? With a smirk on his face he leaned back and kicked his feet up on the table. The best present there is. I brought his brother. Sakura shook her head and waved him off. What? Is he not here? Did he not come with me? She gave him a flat look. Min Coral. Give me something, here. The only thing you bring anyone is sass and snarky comments. Sakura rolled her eyes. And Sasuke already had that covered. Said boy turned around and gave her a flat look. Oh, don't play innocent. Naruto will agree. She turned around but Naruto wasn't in the room. Where is he? Pointing toward the hall, Kakashi offered, probably getting his gift. They heard parchment wrinkling as Sasuke peeled the fake seal off his neck. He scratched the skin until it turned bright red. Parchment is itchy. It worked, though, Kakashi commented. Shikamaru thinks you still have it. He won't be expecting a lot of ninjutsu. Slowly, as if not wanting to be heard, Naruto slipped back into the room. A small black box held tightly in his hand. Kisame saw him, noticed his nerves and his hand clutching something small. Hey, Blondie. Why do you look so nervous? There was a mix of anger and fear on Naruto's face. Kisame shrugged. Just calling it as I see it. With his free hand Naruto flipped Kisame off. Bouncing toward Naruto, Sakura was dying to look at the gift Naruto created. She grabbed his arm and pulled him forward. I'm excited to see it. When it came to Sasuke, especially since they've begun living together, Naruto seemed to always be nervous around him with important things. Important things like gifts and secrets. And now, with everyone's eyes on him, Naruto could feel the nerves bubbling up inside him. Kid, Kurama cut through his nerves. Stop overthinking everything. You worked hard on that ring. Give it to him. If he doesn't like it, then I'll eat him. Naruto huffed out a laugh before stepping forward. Kurama was right. Sasuke wouldn't treat him like that. Pulling himself up to his full height, Naruto stepped forward. Close your eyes. Sasuke arched an eyebrow, but did as asked. Hold out your hand. Again, Sasuke complied. Naruto took his outstretched hand and turned it palm down. He pulled the ring out of the small black box and slowly slid it on Sasuke's middle finger. Okay. Open your eyes. Sasuke's eyes immediately snapped to his hand and the black and silver ring decorating his finger. He held his hand closer to his eyes, seeing the silver spider webbed into the black. On the outside was bright silver that had a matte silver patterned all over. Looking up at Naruto, Sasuke had an unreadable expression on his face. The nerves began bubbling up again. It can conduct electric really well and it holds chakra really well and it spins. Naruto reached forward and gave the ring a spin, which helps the whole electric thing, and I worked a seal into it that can hold, like, 3 Chidori that you can pull out at any time. Oh. And remember when we lived in the apartment and you said you could use the weather to make your stuff stronger? Well, I worked that in, too. It holds nature energy that you can do, like, anything you want with. I just have to tune it to your chakra so it only listens to you, which I can do really easy. You just, pull it in and the ring will store it. The symbolism of Naruto giving Sasuke a ring wasn't lost on any of the adults. It was, however, lost on Sakura, who was a mix of excited and pouting. Kakashi heard her grumble about her birthday being in March and how she had to wait almost a year for a Naruto-made gift. Thank you, Naruto. Sasuke gave him a small smile. I really like it. Naruto looked absolutely relieved. Did you bring me any cake? Kisame cut through the moment, making Sakura glare at him. I like cake. Sakura rolled her eyes. All of us Genin plus 3 Root Kids plus 1 Akimichi. No, Shark Man, we didn't have any cake to bring you. Could have saved me a slice. And tell them what? Sakura tossed her hands up. I'm saving this for no one. Definitely not a giant blue man who is definitely not a rogue ninja who shouldn't be in Konoha. Nope. Not at all. Itake, who was sitting at the kitchen table, tried to hide a laugh behind a cough. Kakashi didn't try to hide his. Giving her a sharp-toothed grin, Kisame made a half-hearted bow. Touché, Coral. Why do you call Sakura Coral? It had confused Naruto for some time now. Kisame called them all some sort of nickname, but they were more common. Naruto was Blondie. Sasuke was Little Uchiha. Jiraiya was Old Pervert. Only Sakura had a name that didn't revolve around a personality trait or a way to mock them. Putting his feet on the floor, Kisame sat up. He leaned forward with his elbows on the table. In the oceans surrounding Kiri there are whole underwater ecosystems. A small world of its very own. Miles of it are carefully protected by the Kiri government. Among them is a type of coral. It looks like a flowering bush that someone planted underwater, pretty, unassuming. If you touch it, disturb it in any way, sharp spikes poke out from the flowers. Those spikes are covered in a particular type of poison. It can kill you in an instant. He gave a sharp-toothed grin. Our little Sakura is sweet, adorable, until you cross her. Then, she's deadly. That is why I call her Coral. Kakashi rubbed Sakura's back. Well, no name would be more fitting. You give Sakura a name with meaning and I just get Blondie. Naruto pouted. She's always the favorite. While Sakura, Kisame, and Naruto argued, Kakashi watched Sasuke spin the ring around his finger. In the short amount of time he'd had it, there was already sparks of lightning jumping off the ring as it spun. The seal etched into the silver was glowing a bright blue. Sasuke looked at Kakashi through his long bangs. Kinetic energy, Sasuke said, his voice low. I never thought of that. He looked up at Kakashi. I mentioned using the weather once. He remembered. Kakashi smiled down at him. Of course he remembered. You're his best friend. He took Sasuke's hand, giving the ring a good look. That is one hell of a ring. Pure silver and meteorite. I thought that's what it was, Itachi said as he joined them. A very powerful element. Naruto did well. He noticed that odd look on Sasuke's face. What's wrong? For the last 5 years, Sasuke's birthday was just a reminder of what he'd lost. It was a counting game of how many years he'd been orphaned and betrayed. He didn't want to celebrate anything when there was nothing good in his world. No one would have ever convinced Sasuke he'd be happy again, or that he would want to celebrate anything again. Then they tricked him into a party where people he considered friends, as strange as that was, gave him gifts. Useful and practical gifts. Sakura had hugged him, called him her brother. Naruto created a ring specifically for him. I don't know. Kneeling down in front of Sasuke, Kakashi gave him a reassuring smile. The thing about gifts is that people buy them specifically because they want to. They sat down and thought about you and what you would want. And they did that because they are your friends. He squeezed Sasuke's shoulder. And if you have any doubts about that, remember that Inara got you a present. And they don't do anything they don't want to do. Just before sunset, Itachi came to Sasuke. They walked through the woods on a path only Itachi seemed to know. When the two reached the border of Naruto's seals, Sasuke was surprised to see Itachi walk through. Sasuke began to argue, began to reach for Itachi, to pull him back. Instead Itachi smiled at him, pulling Sasuke through the border. The two kept close to the wall, skirting the edge of the town. It was so quiet, just the sounds of the wildlife around them. If he were 5, Sasuke would be chattering non-stop. Saying anything and everything to keep Itachi's attention. That was 7 years and a massacre ago. There were voids in their relationship that may never close. The sound of running water pulled Sasuke from his thoughts. A smooth, steady sound he hadn't heard in years. He jolted when Sasuke realized where they were. Wait, he called out. We can't dash. Itachi turned around, using 2 fingers to poke Sasuke's forehead. The boy froze, eyes wide. 1,000 memories flashed through his mind. 1,000 times those same fingers poked that same forehead. Just as before, when Sasuke was younger and didn't know how evil the world could be, he was wide-eyed and watching his brother's every move. It's okay, Sasuke. Itachi shifted his hand from Sasuke's forehead to his hair, ruffling it slightly. Follow me. With his eyes shifting around, Sasuke kept a lookout for danger. Itachi's safe while he's in Naruto's barrier, but they left that safety a while ago. The cover of woods is all they had, now. The sound of water was getting closer. Then a very familiar wall met them. Dark gray stones were stacked high above them. Remnants of the Uchiha fan were dotted along the wall expanse, faded out with time. From an arch in the wall, the smooth sound of the Naka River flowed past them. They were 1 hop away from the Uchiha district. Sasuke could feel his stomach churn. His mind bringing up images of bodies and blood. A hand landed on Sasuke's neck. It's okay, Itachi said, voice close to his ear. We won't go near the houses, I promise. With some trepidation, Suzuki followed Itachi over the wall. They landed in a garden, long since overgrown with thick-stalked weeds. In front of them was the Naka shrine, ivy and morning glory climbing up the sides and curling around the signage. It would be beautiful if it wasn't a reminder of something dark. Moving his attention from the shrine, Itachi nudged Suzuki toward the river. On the bank sat a paper bag, which Itachi plucked up as he walked past. The Naka River was always important to the Uchiha. The water was a counterbalance to the fire all Uchiha have running through them. Itachi turned to look at Suzuki. The will of fire always burned brighter here. Uchiha love unconditionally and with their whole being. It's what created the Sharingan and is a rite of passage for all Uchiha. He took a deep breath. You were young and hadn't seen a rite of passage ceremony. I took that away from you. For that, I will be forever sorry. Adjusting the grip on the paper bag, Itachi looked like he was trying to work up the courage to do something. Suzuki stood completely still, unsure where this was going. If you will let me, little brother, I want to give you the Uchiha rite of passage. Suzuki, surprised, flicked his eyes between the bag and Itachi's face. If you want to, I found a traditional outfit. We could do the rite tonight. It took a moment for Suzuki to answer. Everything was overwhelming. Itachi had done all of this, had risked his anonymity, to give Suzuki an Uchiha tradition. Yes. I want to. With the bag in hand, Suzuki stepped inside the shrine. It was dark. Only the barest of light trickled in past the vines covering the windows. He opened the bag to see fine silks of red, white, and black folded neatly inside. Piece by piece, Suzuki pulled the fabric out and held them up, seeing all the pieces of a traditional formal dressing. It had been so long since Suzuki saw anyone dressed like this, but he used his vague memory to put it all together. First, an igajai of snow-white silk was wrapped around his body. Then an igajai of blood-red silk layered over the white. As he smoothed the fabric over him, Suzuki could almost imagine his mother's hands smoothing out the collar and fussing over the wrapping. His eyes burned with tears, but Suzuki fought it. A black and white striped hakama was next. There was an ornamental Uchiha fan that the straps of the hakama were slipped through. The final piece was a coal-black haori with the ornamental fan decorating the back. When Suzuki stood up straight, smoothing out his outfit, he saw his mother. Just a flashing shadow of her warm smile and soft eyes. Uchiha believe in the afterlife. They believe that once the body is dead, the spirit lives on. The burning of the corpses sets their spirit free. It was believed that all the spirits use the Naka shrine as a way to travel between the spirit world and the human world. They come back to help in battle and to protect the young and frail. Or, as Suzuki believed he was seeing right now, they came back for special occasions. Itachi was waiting for him. He had his eyes on the shrine, waiting for the door to open. The expression on his face was unreadable when he first saw Suzuki emerge. It was almost as if Itachi saw a ghost, but the expression faded. He waited until Suzuki got closer before giving the boy a bow. I was hoping it fit you. Itachi reached up and adjusted the haori. I was younger than you are and father's was too big for me. Mother had it folded and wrapped so tight, just so it would fit a bit better. Suzuki's eyes widened. This is yours. It's been passed down for generations. Father passed it down to me. Itachi gave him a warm smile. I passed it down to you. You can pass it down to the next generation. He motioned toward the river bank. The sun is setting. It's time to start. At the river bank was a cement pad that slowly lowered into the water. In bare feet, the two followed the cement pad to the end. The hakama was brushing against the surface when Suzuki turned to face his brother. I'm ready. Activate your Sharingan. Itachi watched as the red bled into Suzuki's dark eyes. Watch me. Holding his palm up flat, Itachi pulled his chakra to the center. As if lighting a match, a flame sparked to life in his palm. He covered the flame with his other hand. When they parted, it was with a thin ribbon of fire between them. Copy me. It was an odd feeling to get used to, using the Sharingan to watch a jutsu happen, then instinctively knowing how it's done. With a practiced hand as if Suzuki had been doing this for years, a spark ignited in his palm. He could feel the heat of the flame against his skin, a burning ember that flickered in the dying sunset. Placing one palm over the other, Sasuke had a moment of worry that he'd huffed out the flame. Slowly, unsure, Sasuke pulled his palms apart. A ribbon of fire, bright orange, and flickering, was extended between the two. Smiling at him, Itachi nodded his head. "Do you remember when Mother would play with the red ribbon? She taught us to dance with it." Sasuke did remember it. He remembered the way she would laugh when he got the ribbon tangled around him. He remembered her soft hands as she helped him position correctly. He remembered her voice saying, "Don't let the ribbon touch you, only hold on to the ends." She called it the fire dance. He looked down at his hands. "Don't let the ribbon touch you. Mother prepared us for this moment." Itachi rippled the ribbon of fire in his hands. "We dance here in the water. Don't let the fire touch you. Don't let it touch the water. Keep it lit." The ribbon danced around Sasuke, held taut by his hip, circling around his head, curling mere centimeters above the water before being whisked away back into the air. It was a show of force and retreat, strength and frailty, anger and love. The final move was letting the ribbon burst in the air. When he was a child, this was signified by balling the ribbon up and throwing it above his head. He could hear his child self giggling as he sent the ribbon in the air. It exploded in sparks and flames before slowly drifting to the water's surface. Mere feet away, Itachi's did much the same. With the flame gone, the surrounding area seemed darker. His Sharingan saw through it, saw Itachi smiling down at him. The goddess, Amaterasu, gave us the ability to use the Sharingan. It was the counterbalance to the way Uchiha feel love deeper than others. In the wake of our pain, we find a new strength. The dance is our way of giving back to her, to show our respect to the goddess. Itachi looked to the river. Uchiha have a common weakness. It's very easy for us to believe we can do everything alone. We fear the pain of loss so severely that we attempt to avoid love. Many Uchiha fall prey to this way of thinking. He turned back, giving Sasuke a sad smile. Me included. Taking a deep breath, Itachi straightened his back with resolve. The Uchiha need bonds. We can be a raging fire, burning alone in the darkness. To calm us when we get out of control, we need water, someone to be the voice of reason. To help us burn brighter, we need wind. Someone to lift us up, to keep us burning bright and out of the darkness. And to help us find a way, we need fuel, someone to give us a foundation and a direction to go. Kneeling down in front of Sasuke, his knees in the water, Itachi ran a hand through his brother's hair. You found your bonds. You found them all on your own in spite of what I did. I am so proud of you. With tears burning behind his eyes, Sasuke flung himself at Itachi. Just when Sasuke thought that all Uchiha traditions were lost in time, Itachi gave him one of the most important back. There weren't Uchiha elders standing on the bank, watching for imperfections. It wasn't his father's stern eyes staring back at him, judging him. Instead, Sasuke got to do this with Itachi. And, if he concentrated hard enough, he could feel his mother's spirit watching over them. And, Itachi spoke into Sasuke's hair as he held his brother tight, you are officially an Uchiha warrior. Congratulations, little brother. The roof was still warm from the day's sun, providing a wonderful contrast to the July night air. Laying on his back, one arm bent behind his head, Naruto watched the stars. There were no clouds in the sky, just a glittering blanket of stars. The dragon and the lightning bolt were out. Naruto traced them with his outstretched arm, finger pointed at the night sky. Clad in pajamas, Sasuke hopped up on the roof. Why are you out here? Naruto let his arm fall back to his chest. I feel buzzy. Sasuke arched an eyebrow at him. Everyone's energy feels like electric. Sometimes I have to lay still until the electric stops buzzing. He turned his head to face Sasuke. You don't do that, though. I don't get buzzy around you. What did you do before us? He turned his face back to the sky. I went to the roof. Then, after a beat, what did you and Itachi do? Sasuke took a couple breaths. The Uchiha rite of passage. I should have had it after the Sharingan, but his voice trailed off. What's that mean? There were a few beats. I'm officially an Uchiha, now. Great. Naruto rolled his eyes. As if you weren't prissy enough. It was the bomb against all the feelings and emotions that Sasuke needed. Just normalcy. He gave Naruto a half-hearted punch to the shoulder. Ryu is out tonight. The ramen pot, too. Sasuke heard Naruto take a deep breath, the same way he did before launching into a huge explosion of words. When the rant started, Sasuke just settled against the roof and listened. He heard all about the stars and which ones would be showing up later. When Naruto laid his arm down, it was against Sasuke's. The buzzing stopped. The normalcy kicked in. Chapter 43, A Change of Plans. Fire affinity always came easy to Sasuke. It took him a while to get his chakra to cooperate, but once it did he could do anything with fire. Lightning came a little slower. But not so slowly he was concerned. Once he got the hang of it, the Chidori could crackle to life in his palm as if it had always belonged there. Where it used to drag his arm to the ground, more dense than anything he'd ever known, it now could be held in the air as if it weighed nothing. He'd always wanted to be powerful. He dreamed about it. And with the Chidori sparking to life in his hand, the chakra held and ready in his ring, Sasuke felt as if he was finally going in the right direction. No one would ever hurt his family again. He had precious few days until the finals, enough to sharpen skills he'd already learned, but he was ready. The ring was fully charged. It sparked to life with just a turn of the metal. A piece of parchment was taped to his neck, a mock seal that did absolutely nothing. It had fooled Shikamaru at the birthday party. It would continue to fool him in the exams. Sasuke would reveal that secret when the time was right. As he stood in the yard, the grass around him fried and burned, Sasuke smiled. He was ready. With a devious smirk, Sakura clashed the Kyubikurei Basho against Samehada. Sparks flew around her, hitting her skin with tiny drops of heat. Kisame wasn't holding back. It was the first time she saw this look in Sharkman's eyes. He was going to push Sakura to her limit. She didn't expect anything less. Water surrounded her, trapping Sakura in a whirlpool. There were sharks snapping at her, spinning around the whirlpool faster and faster. Sakura closed her eyes and just breathed. With one swing, Sakura cut the whirlpool. The chakra that coated her sword pushed the water away. With an opening and a bit of surprise, she swung the sword in Kisame's direction. Kisame saw the sword coming down, saw it glinting through the water. He held Samehada up, ready to block the Kyubikurei Basho, but nothing connected. Instead, at the last second, Sakura switched directions. The huge hunk of metal arced in the air parallel to the ground. It damn near cut Kisame's head off. The whirlpool dropped to the ground, the sharks popping out of existence. Kisame's toothy smile told Sakura she was ready. That bitch was going to get what was coming to her. Jiraiya had dragged Naruto out of bed before the sun rose. This time there were no toads. No treating Naruto as if he was some prodigy Jiraiya was used to. Instead, the two sparred, paired Raiznan against Raiznan until their hands were singed and their arms were numb. Jiraiya was just a hint faster than Naruto, which he used to simulate Gaara's impressive sand shield. He kept pushing Naruto, faster, 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 to be just a hair before the sand shield could form. Kurama didn't like Jiraiya, and he sure as hell didn't approve of him training Naruto. Without realizing anything was happening, Naruto was slowly wrapped in bubbling red chakra. His movements got faster. He was hitting harder. Then a fist connected with Jiraiya's jaw, sending the older man flying to the side. He tripped over his sandals, making a thud as he hit the ground. His right side was covered in dirt and grass stains. Jiraiya pushed himself in a sitting position. The shocked expression on Naruto's face as the chakra bubbled into long ears and a swinging tail made Jiraiya's eyes widen. He was instantly worried that Kurama had broken the seal, that he was taking over, but Naruto didn't seem in pain. He didn't even seem as if he noticed. It was as if Kurama was protecting the boy. A Byakuya who cared about his vessel. Jiraiya started laughing. When lunch rolled around, the two ate sandwiches while poring over parchment and dark ink creating runes and planes and symbols that would save Gaara. As Naruto moved the brush over the parchment with a practiced hand and his tongue poking out of his lips, Jiraiya let himself sink into a memory. He could see Minato hunched over a seal while Kushina threw balled up parchment at his head, laughing at the childish mistakes. Naruto made the same mistakes but corrected them almost instantly. He was the perfect mix of his parents. Minato, Kushina, and Kurama would protect Naruto. The boy was ready. Hayashi didn't take it easy on Neji. The boy was self-taught and had critical mistakes in his moves. In the same way his own father taught him, Hayashi made Neji do it over and over and over again until it was perfect. Every move had to be perfect. It was Tenten who reminded him about Fuse blinding powder. The next day he brought a blindfold and asked Hayashi to teach him how to use the Byakugan without using his vision to aid it. Seeing the world through a filter of Tenketsu points was startling at first. A glowing blue tangle of chakra was all he could see. Hayashi kept moving, kept inside Neji's blind spot, and made quick attacks. Neji would just figure out where his uncle was before a hit would come and the man was gone. There was a lot about his father that Neji tried to block out. The pain of seeing his identical twin still alive hit him when the boy least expected it. But Hisashi did manage to teach a very young Neji some important things. Like how to be calm and center himself in the middle of battle. So, with a deep breath, Neji felt out for his uncle's chakra. A mere 2 days later, and some late-night training with Hinata and Hanabi, Neji landed a hit on his uncle. It was enough to stagger the older man backward, surprise evident on his face. Neji nearly expected to see an angry Hayashi when he took the blindfold off. Instead, Hayashi smiled at him and squeezed his shoulder. Hisashi would be proud. The trident Hiraki proudly wore on her back had a dark backstory. As with everything in Kiri, you took what you wanted. Only the strongest survive. It was a fact Kiri children learned before they could walk. Hiraki was orphaned just before she started academy. Both of her parents died in battle. The bloody mist created a lot of orphans. Hiraki was no one special. With the orphanage overrun, Hiraki was given to an uncle she had never met. He was a hardened man, seen battles far worse than the young ninja fighting in the streets. It was something he was never afraid to show them. There were several Chiryunin missing limbs for slighting the old man. It wasn't just the other ninja the man reigned over. Hiraki was his ward, his responsibility, and raised her according to his rules. The man demanded perfection and wasn't afraid to use violence to correct Hiraki. She didn't have the luxury of trial and error. Either she did it correctly the first time or she got beaten till she did. The academy teachers called her a prodigy. She just wasn't allowed to fail. The summer before she graduated academy, her uncle was sent on a month-long mission. When he returned he had a long wrapped package on his back. It rattled the table when her uncle set it down. Slowly, her uncle unwrapped a shining trident. It was as if the weapon sang to her. Hiraki slowly reached out to touch it, pulled to it by an unseen force. Her uncle knocked her back, bellowing that she was never to touch the weapon. You keep what you kill. He earned it. The old man was fond of his sake and an angry drunk. He would throw things and yell until finally passing out. It was during one of these episodes that the man admitted he'd killed his teammate for the trident. The teammate had been one of his few friends and one of the few people Hiraki could run to when her uncle was at his worst. Hiraki snapped. He'd taught her well. He'd demanded perfection. The trident sunk into his middle easily. You keep what you kill. Hiraki took the trident. In Konoha, Hiraki saw a pink-haired girl holding onto a sword she had no right to touch. There was no way that weak girl could have killed Zabuza. She was too weak. She hadn't been hardened by the bloody mist. There were multiple chances for the weak girl to prove otherwise during her preliminary match. Instead, the girl danced around as if she was just playing with it. This pink-haired girl with nothing to fear, who had never known pain, was not meant to hold that sword. Hiraki had proven to her she was willing to kill that blonde. She almost had. And all that pink-haired girl did was cry. She was too soft to know pain. But that was okay. Hiraki would show her pain. And when that pink-haired girl dies, the Kyubiku Ibisho will go back to Kiri where it belonged. Hiraki was ready. When Shikaka was 17, his father dropped a wooden box of scrolls and books on his desk. They were clan secrets, forbidden jutsu that Shikaka had never been allowed close to before. The old man pulled a chair close to his son. He'd been looking haggard for a while. The cancer was getting worse. With a solemn nod, Shikaka knew what his father was saying. It wouldn't be long until Shikaka was the clan leader. His father lasted for another week before passing away. Over the years, Shikaka had worked through the scrolls and books. He'd tried every jutsu written, ordered them in difficulty, and only mastered a few. The one jutsu he'd wanted to learn, had tried the hardest to learn, was Shadow Field. If he managed to create the field, it barely was bigger than his feet. All of his control was used to keep it from wavering, it kept Shikaka from doing anything with it. The field just existed. When he'd dropped that same box in front of his own son, Shikaka didn't expect the boy to actually want to learn. The Nara clan was full of lazy people with above-average intelligence. Shikamaru took both to another level. His grades in academy were terrible. He'd only graduated because Irika understood his laziness and graded him accordingly. It was Asuma who had cracked the code to get Shikamaru motivated. He gave the boy a challenge. First it was shogi, which Shikamaru picked up easily. Then it was sparring with Team 7, something his son had avidly tried to get out of an academy. Now Shikamaru was willingly wanting to learn. Wanted to train. He was trying to increase his chakra reserves and his chakra control. And, when all was said and done, Shikamaru did something that hadn't been done in generations, he mastered an S-class jutsu. As if that wasn't enough, he could use other jutsu at the same time. At the edge of the field, hands were dancing, waving, waiting. Koji stood far back, almost to the tree line, and threw shuriken and kunao in quick succession. As each metal weapon flew through the air, aimed at Shikamaru's head, they were stopped. The shadow hands caught each one, hooking a finger through the loop, stopping them dead. The tools were spun around the fingers, as if toying with them, before flinging them back at Koji. He didn't need a substitution jutsu, he had a solid defense. Shikaka couldn't have been more proud. Shikamaru was ready. He hadn't been training for battle, but Gaara had been learning. It was still difficult for him to understand that Mother was a tailed beast and not the maternal figure he'd so desperately craved. He still messed them up, still called it Mother when the voice got too loud. The girl with the soothing chakra, Fu, couldn't always be right beside him. There were times when the voices were loud and she wasn't there to make them stop, to remind him that they are not the words of Mother. At first Beiki didn't want Fu around. Suna had a reason for being in Konoha, they had a mission to complete. This girl with the power to silence Shikaka was definitely putting a kink in that plan. They wanted Gaara to be unstable. They wanted Shikaka to take over and destroy Konoha. The Kaze cage was very clear, release Shikaka no matter what, even at the expense of Gaara. Suna Ninja was taught to let nothing get in the way of a mission, especially not emotions. But Beiki had known Gaara for quite a while and emotions are not easily controlled. The young boy had a terrible start. Doesn't he deserve to be at ease for once? The Jounin who came with Fu didn't agree on them being around each other either. They felt Gaara was too dangerous, too unstable, and that Fu would get hurt. They seemed to have talked to and warned the young girl until they were blue in the face, but it did nothing to quell the drive she had. She wanted to help. She wanted to fix whatever was going on. Kankuro made the comment that he'd never actually seen Gaara sleep. Neither Temari nor Beiki could disagree. Sometimes, if one of them would wake during the night, they could see Gaara sitting on a roof in the cool night air. He always looked out of it, as if he was just staring at nothing. Maybe it was the only way for Gaara to forego sleep for nights on end. Maybe he had created some strange form of meditation that allowed him to rest without falling too deep into unconsciousness. He'd had years of practice, the theory was not far-fetched. The Suna team, minus Gaara, sat together in their room. Just as planned, it was time for the meeting. Part of the plan was already ruined. Temari and Kankuro didn't win their battles. Gaara did win but was not in the correct mindset to carry out the plan in full. Shikaka was not inhabiting a clueless vessel anymore. Flawed seal or not, Shikaka was not always in control. Gaara had learned a way to fight back. There were discussions about pulling out of the exams. Temari voiced concern over carrying out the mission. It was voiced in a matter-of-fact tone, but her eyes told a different story. She may have been afraid of her brother, but that doesn't mean she doesn't care. The idea of using her baby brother as a weapon never did sit well with her. Voicing her concern was never an option, her father would never have allowed it. Kankuro acted as if it was just a mission, but Temari could tell he felt much the same way as her. When their meeting was over, in which no one challenged just going on as planned, they all felt uneasy. Gaara wasn't there. He was sitting on a roof somewhere. If he heard what they'd discussed, they'd never know, but it wouldn't surprise them if he was angry. They had basically thrown Gaara to the wolves. He would have to be pushed to his limit, let him lose his tentative control. Gaara knew what normalcy could be. He was ready to continue learning from Fu. Team Suna was ready to wield Gaara as the weapon he was born to be. Kankuro could hear them from his room. Two female voices getting louder and louder in the hallway. When Kankuro stepped into the hallway, he almost ran into Baki. Their sensei looked just as surprised as Kankuro as they ran down the hallway toward the noise. Suddenly, as if an earthquake had overtaken the inn, everything around them began rumbling. The floor groaned. The walls cracked. It tripped the two men up, but they kept running. Finally they rounded the corner to see Temari and Fu in the middle of a very heated argument. You have no idea what it's like to see a monster wearing your brother's face. We deal with that every single day. With wide, unbelieving eyes, Fu screeched, you deal with it? You. Before Temari could open her mouth to answer, Fu stomped her foot. A red, bubbling chakra slowly began to cover her. I am so sorry that the Baijuyu that was put inside your brother at birth is inconveniencing you. Temari watched as Fu's eyes flashed red. Do you even care what it does to your brother? Does his pain even register in your mind? Let me help you understand. I know this will be difficult, but try to imagine stepping out of your perfect world. Imagine being a small child and being told you can't play with the other kids because you are dangerous. Imagine watching all the other kids go to the academy, but you can't go. Imagine just existing makes people run away, makes parents pull their children away, whisper to each other about you. The red chakra was slowly receding. Only 3 people in Taki treated me like a human, but it took time to find them. Hell, it took me time to trust anyone. For many years my only comfort was a huge chakra beetle that lives in a glowing net inside me. And you know what? I got lucky. Komei understood that I didn't trap him in there. He didn't blame me, or try to take control of me. Temari was quiet, silenced by powerful words. Fu was breathing heavily after an emotional outburst. With his hands up in a surrendering position, Baki takes a step forward until he was standing beside Temari. Fu, you're exactly right. We have no idea what it feels like to have a Baijuyu inside of you. You never even tried to understand, Fu fumed. You're his family. Of anyone, he should be able to turn to you for help. Did no one notice how much pain he is in? Why aren't you? Kankuro spoke up. You're talking about Gaara being in pain, but why aren't you? There was a faraway look in Fu's eyes before they snapped back on Kankuro. Komei hasn't been free in generations. He's been placed in one Jin hierarchy after another, always to be used as a weapon. I was 10 minutes old when Komei got sealed inside me. As angry as Komei is at being trapped, he understood that I had nothing to do with it. We became friends. Then, as an undernote, Fu added, that, and my seal isn't faulty on purpose. Baki froze in place. How could she possibly know that? There were only a handful of people who knew the truth of Gaara's seal. Baki was only read in because he was to become their sensei. He glanced at Temari and Kankuro, both of who looked confused at the revelation. Faulty. Kankuro stepped forward to stand beside his sister. What do you mean? Fu saw Baki's resolve crumbling. Normal seals separate our consciousness and the Baijuyu's consciousness. In Gaara's seal, the two can occupy the same space. Shukaku's power is greater and he's had years to convince Gaara that he's a protective guardian. But he's not. He's slowly taking over Gaara. The siblings looked at each other in surprise. No, there isn't anything taking over. Gaara's just sick. Gods, Temari, open your eyes. Shukaku has convinced Gaara he's mother. He won't allow Gaara to sleep. He orders Gaara to kill. Fia threw her hands up. You can't be that stupid. Tamari bristled, but Becky placed a hand on her shoulder. Thank you, Fia. Allow us to talk all of this over. You've been very enlightening. The siblings took the hint and stayed quiet, which Becky was thankful for. Fia was looking between all of them, not believing them at all. However, she was emotionally tapped out and just wanted a rest. She gave them all one more look before turning on her heels and leaving the inn. Come, Becky said, his voice low, we need to talk about a change in plans. Yoro and Keegan found Fia later that day absolutely destroying straw dummies in a training field. They could feel Kome's chakra thrumming just under the girl's skin. Every once in a while, Fia would sigh and answer a question neither one of them could hear. With a look at one another, the two Jounin stepped toward her. Fia, Yoro called out, his voice gentle, come talk to us. The girl stilled her hand, dropping her shoulders in defeat. Something happened. Keegan began walking toward her. Who do we have to kill? When Fia turned around, it was with tears in her eyes. They don't understand. Keegan caught her when she threw herself at him. They see Gaara as a monster. They're his family. She sniffled. They tried to tell me to stay away from him. That bitch said I'm making him worse. I'm the only one helping him. That's what you do, honey. Yoro brushed a hand over her hair, you help. I'm sorry they don't appreciate it. There was a lull in speech where the only thing you could hear was Fia sniffling. I'll tell you what, Yoro walked over to one of the still intact straw dummies, pretend this right here is that bitch, and show her who is stronger. Then we will buy you some dango. With a bubbling, red fist, Fia punched through the dummy. The entire thing was destroyed, straw was everywhere, and Fia felt a bit better. The three walked toward the dango shop with Fia looking a little more like her normal self. She talked about the finals and how they were only days away. Yoro handed Fia the rest of his dango. Are you ready? Fia had a fire in her eyes when she answered, I am absolutely ready. The colorful fish of the koi pond were fighting over Hinata's attention. She sat at the edge of the pond, scattering fish food onto the water's surface. It was quiet by this koi pond, only the sound of a fountain trickling in the background. She preferred the branch family ponds. Even though they weren't as well maintained as the main family kept theirs, they felt closer to nature. With her knees up to her chest, Hinata's bare toes wiggled in the mossy cobblestone. It wasn't that she was hiding, it's just been so loud in the compound lately. Some of the elders were still complaining that Niji was in the exams, and not Hinata. It used to bother her, the way the elders would speak like she wasn't in the room. They spoke as if discussing a broken wagon, a piece of equipment that didn't hold up. Something that disappointed them. And maybe she had. Maybe she kept constantly disappointing them, leaving them no alternative but to name Hanabi as the heir. Maybe she wasn't the prodigy they were hoping for. The true prodigy was Niji. Hanabi had tailored private tutoring since she could walk. Father worked with Hanabi all day, every day. She awakened her Byakugan years before Hinata did. Every misstep, every mistake, was carefully corrected until Hanabi fought like a Hyuga warrior. Niji had no such training. He didn't have a tutor, or someone to help his every move. Everything Niji learned, he learned on his own. He would watch the other Hyuga training, always from afar, and mimic their moves. Careful chakra training would be repeated until Niji could wield chakra as easy as breathing. Books and scrolls were silently borrowed for Niji to learn new techniques. In the end, Niji was the prodigy Hinata was supposed to be. And although it didn't hurt as much as it used to, the knowledge still stung. She had just thrown her last bit of fish food when the intense chakra began moving toward her. It was chakra she knew, chakra she had fought and lost to. With wide eyes, Hinata watched a flurry of sand gathering in front of her. Ninja training told her to drop into a fighting stance, to prepare for an attack. She had her Byakugan activated before the flurry of sand formed a person. With his arms crossed, Gaara stood in front of her. His eyes flickered around, taking in the environment. The air is cool. Hinata just blinked, still frozen in place. I have been told to appreciate these kinds of things. What do you want? Hinata tried hard to keep the shaking out of her voice. She wasn't quite sure she managed. The pale green eyes bore into her, through her, but they weren't wild like at the preliminaries. They had a calmness, instead. The bags under his eyes weren't as pronounced. I hurt you. Gaara's eyes flicked to the pond. He watched the koi touch the surface. I came to apologize. Slowly, Hinata lowered her hands. It may have been crazy, but she felt as if he was safer to be around. As if Gaara had something that was wild, under control. Why you came to apologize? I have something inside of me. Something I couldn't control. But now I know what to do. He paused, gauging her reaction. You knew that. She gave him a nod. And Naruto told me. And you still wished to fight me? He almost sounded surprised. After knowing what I am. Hinata clasped her hands in front of her, giving Gaara another nod. I wanted to prove myself. I trained hard. If that was a good enough reason, Hinata didn't know. Gaara was still watching her warily. I heard you say mother when we fought. Is that who wanted you to hurt people? She craves blood, screams in my head for it. She told me to hurt you. I apologize for not knowing how to fight it. It might sound crazy, but Hinata believed him. There was something so sincere in his eyes. Thank you, Gaara. She smiled. Do you fear me? Gaara wasn't looking at her anymore. He was watching the koi again. Few said that you might be afraid since I hurt you. He raised a hand, sending a small trickle of sand toward the pond. It touched the surface gently, causing small ripples to appear. She was going to come with me, but I think this is something I must do on my own. The Gaara that was at the preliminaries is not the same boy standing in front of her. The juxtaposition was staggering. She wasn't sure who Fia was, but Hinata realized she owed them a thank you. No, Gaara. I don't fear you anymore. Their eyes met for a minute before Gaara nodded. I will leave, now. Thank you for listening. Like wind blowing the sand, Gaara's body disappeared. Hinata could almost believe she had dreamed it, but the ripples he'd created in the pond were still active. She stood there for a long while before beginning her walk home. What happened stayed with her all evening and well into the night. The rude kids were known throughout the village. Even the civilians had heard what these children had endured. They were talked about, whispered about, and watched when they came into the shops. Always with a jounin and always in pairs. They had a nervous look about them as if they were waiting for someone to attack. Even the stunted way they talked hinted at years of abuse. Since his death, a lot has come to life about Danzo. First it was whispered by ninja in the bars, then it was plainly spoken about by civilians who worked close to the shinobi. Everyone knew the man was pure evil. Especially how he treated those children he'd stolen away. At first the jounin that brought the children to town stood close to them. They were never out of his sight. He watched very closely how the shopkeepers treated them. Then he would stand outside, letting them alone in the shops. He was never too far away. If one of the children seemed stressed or looked for him, he was right there. They would ask odd questions. Always waited for orders. The jounin would talk about making their own choices, whether they were right or wrong. The idea of making a choice looked terrifying to them, but the man always was patient, always waited for them to decide. Today, however, a young boy and young girl had gone to town alone. The Yamanakas not only grew beautiful flowers, they were also known for growing powerful medicinal herbs. Their shop was divided into two, flowers on one side and herbs on the other. Yamanaka Inaba stood at the counter, watching the wayward children browse the dried herbs. They were alone. The jounin was not in sight. Inaba tried to hide her shock at seeing them without a chaperone. The little boy with the spiky white hair seemed to be the more outgoing of the two. The girl was quiet as she browsed the shelves. A couple of times the boy reached for something and the girl would gently pull his hand away. It was always something that he could get hurt with. She was very protective of the boy. What are we looking for? It was the third time he'd been told not to touch something. He was getting impatient. Slowly, the girl reached for a bottle of crushed poppy seed. A binding agent for Shin's medication. She shook the bottle before placing it back on the shelf. Also, he doesn't tolerate lavender well. He may be allergic. Lady Tsunade was really nice, the boy nodded to himself. It was nice of her to teach you how to make it. The girl brushed her long purple hair over her shoulders and gave the slightest hint of a smile. I only ever made poisons. She trusted me to make something to help instead of hurt. There was a hint of pride in her voice. Did you try acacia gum? The two turned around to look at the elderly woman. For the binding agent? Works wonders and is easily tolerated. Inaba could tell the kids were surprised someone was talking to them. She'd heard the other shopkeepers discussing the rude kids and how odd they are. That wasn't a fair assumption. They didn't have many social skills and were just unsure in their own skin. Of course, if the rumors were not exaggerated, it all made sense with what they'd been through. It would have lasting consequences, the least of which was the battle gear tucked under their clothes just in case. It was hard not to chortle when seeing the oversized chest plate peeking out of the boy's loose shirt. The girl looked down, as if contemplating something. She must have made up her mind because she looked up and straightened her shoulders. Acacia gum is what I was decided on. I am also looking for white willow bark, chamomile, chancapedra, arjuna, and agaricus blazei mushrooms. Damn, Inaba leaned back against the counter. That is one hell of a medication you're making. They must be really sick. With white hair flopping around, the boy nodded in agreement. He is. Shin needs healing a lot and Lady Tsunade said this medicine will help him. He says all the time that he's dying, but Lady Tsunade said he's not, he just needs help. Then, as if just remembering something, he gave a start. We should introduce ourselves. Tenzo Senpai said that it's polite. My name is Ori and this is my friend Kari. With a smile, the shopkeeper did the same. My name is Yamanaka Inaba. It's wonderful to meet you. She motions toward a shelf on the other side of the store. Now, let's get you all fixed up. It might sound like something far-fetched from what the Yamanakas were known for. Abilities to read what was inside the mind had little to do with flowers and herbs, and even less to do with medicines and poisons. The fascination began in the Warring Era, when clans lived separately and needed to trade to survive. It limited where they could live. People need food and water to survive, and a decent place to set up their tents. Having access to all three of those things led to many fights over land. The Yamanakas found that they could live farther away from the fought-after areas if they grew what they needed. And, with a larger source of much-needed medicinal supplies, the luxuries they were lacking could easily be traded for. And what's better than trading the supplies in large quantities when they could sell the final product in smaller quantities for double the price? Thus the Yamanakas became known for their skills and passed those skills down from generation to generation. Some of the clan were better versed than others, and that included Inaba. Her mother was considered a master of the craft and passed down that knowledge. Inaba knew medicine inside and out, and she knew that Kari was making one hell of a powerful drug. Being trained in root, Ori was able to stand still for hours. However, he was only 8. And he wasn't watching out for something to happen, or someone to appear. Just sitting on a stool, listening to Kari and Inaba use big words and talk in ways he doesn't understand, was making Ori die of boredom. He got up and, with the two women still talking, slipped out the door. The streets were busy, especially with the finals being so close. He watched as two men took bets, both loudly commenting on the upcoming fights. A betting paper was dropped, fluttering to the ground by Ori's feet. It held the names of all 8 participants in an abbreviated list of stats. Most of the stats were understated. Ori knew what Team 7 could do, how strong they'd become. That paper in his hand didn't even know half of it. They did know that Sakura could swing the sword with enough force to break through thick logs. They didn't know how Sasuke could pull lightning to his hand as easily as slipping a kunai from the pouch. They didn't know Naruto could create a swirling ball of chakra and send it through someone's chest like a knife through butter. That paper didn't know anything, really. He heard the bag rattling when Kari sat down beside him. It sounded heavy, multiple packages shifting as she sat it on the ground in front of her. She is very knowledgeable. She will be a great resource. Ori looked at her, ready to say something. Ally. We don't use people anymore. Can you help Shin, now? There was a beat before Kari answered. What if I fail? It was the first time Ori saw Kari's hands shake. I only made poison, Ori. What if I'm incapable of making something that helps? Remember what Tenzo-senpai says? Just because we were taught to kill doesn't mean we can't learn to help. Lady Tsunade trusts you, and I trust you, and you can absolutely do this. Ori stood up with a hop. Now, let's go save Shin. There were very few times in Kari's life that she was happy. She could count all of them on one hand. And every one of them had Ori in it. So, as she followed Ori back to the safe house, Kari cracked a smile. It was the time Orochimaru had been waiting for. The plans he had painstakingly made were being put into motion. A year of whispering in Raza's ear, a year of coaxing that stubborn man to trust him, was just the start. Convincing him to use his youngest son as cannon fodder was surprisingly easy. Then came the planning. The months of secret meetings between Raza, Baki, Kabuto, and Orochimaru discussed everything in minute detail. And all of that culminated in this moment. As the fourth Kazekage and his guards were just exiting Suna, Orochimaru caught up to them. He used the guise of going over last-minute changes to the plan. Raza stood with his arms crossed, always with an air of disinterest. It scratched at Orochimaru's nerves when this man, who was merely a grain of sand in the desert, acted as if he was somehow better. It reminded him of the population of Konoha and how they looked down on him. They saw him as a lowly orphan, as if he didn't matter, as if he had nothing to offer them. When he killed Raza, Orochimaru made sure to look the man in the eye. He watched the life drain out of him and reveled in proving there was no looking down on Orochimaru. If the man thought to double-cross him, if the man thought he could beat Orochimaru at anything, he was horribly mistaken. No matter what, Orochimaru always got the last word. Once dressed in the Kazekage robe, he turned to Karin. "What do you think?" He adjusted the hat on his head. "Someday there will be a cage in Oto, and the robe does feel right." "You look great, Lord Orochimaru." The man reached out a pale hand, pushing the hood off of Karin's robe. She hasn't been allowed out of his sight since her trip to Konoha. He'd been asking her opinion on things that he wouldn't have before. Karin had no idea what was going on, and she was afraid to make a wrong move. If she sounded unsure, Orochimaru didn't comment on it. Instead he leaned down and stole Raza's face, the same way he stole that of the Kusa Genin during the Forest of Death. No matter how often Karin saw Orochimaru use a jutsu that destroyed a body, it never got easier. When he turned around, Raza's face perfectly masking his own, Karin couldn't help but shiver. It was just eerie. "I think it is time to go on our way," he said, taking one step forward. Then, he stopped and turned back to the girl. "I could use a couple more guards. As you can see, the Kazekage had 3. Who would you recommend?" That was a weighted question. What would happen if Karin picked wrong? What would happen if the ones she chose weren't good enough for him? Was he testing her? Was this a trick? While she was frozen in thought, Orochimaru was oddly patient. He spent the time adjusting the robe and hat, busying himself. The first name that came to mind was Suijutsu. The experiments he'd been forced into were painful. The fear in Suijutsu's eyes when Kabuto entered a room he was in spoke volumes. Maybe if he proved himself useful, that he's strong the way he was, Orochimaru would stop the experiments. As annoying as the kid is, Karin couldn't help but feel for him and the pain Kabuto would cause. So she looked up at Orochimaru, she forced herself to sound sure. Suijutsu. Even with someone else's face, the cold and calculating look in his eyes shone through. Interesting choice. Why did you choose him? Since it is the Chunin exams, it would make sense for there to be foreign genin in the village. Both Suijutsu and I are of the age that normally participates. We would not draw unwanted attention. Karin had to admit to herself she pulled that explanation out of her ass. She waited for his response, every second feeling more anxious than the last. You're right. Suijutsu would not be out of place, as long as he checks that attitude. Who else? Of everyone under Orochimaru's care, of everyone who was constantly being experimented on, Karin felt the saddest for Yugo. For years, she didn't even know he existed. He was kept locked away, kept on a leash in case he became out of control. Then a thought hit her. What if she brought Yugo to Konoha? Orochimaru and Kabuto couldn't find a permanent cure. They could control the symptoms, sometimes bring him back from an outburst, but never cure it. But, could Konoha? Could Lady Tsunade do more? Possibly find a cure. Yugo. The name hung in the air as Orochimaru thought about it. We could use him as an explosion. If we put him in the center of the village, and let him go off, then he could pull some attention to him. There would be less ninja to get in your way, Lord Orochimaru. There was a long pause while Orochimaru thought it through. Karen waited with bated breath. Then, finally, yes, you are right. They would send a small army to stop Yugo. I'm not going to complain about less interference. He put a hand on Karen's head. You've done well, my dear. I will continue on to Konoha. I'll trust you to go and collect Suigetsu and Yugo. When they separated, Karen took a deep breath. The air around Orochimaru always felt dense with his dominant chakra weighing it down, and Karen was even more sensitive to it being a sensor. Using the cloak's ability, Karen pulled in the nature energy to make her faster. She had precious little time to collect the two boys before Orochimaru would grow restless. If there was one thing Suigetsu hated about Orochimaru's safe houses, it was how dark they are. There were several of these snake tunnels, each serving a different purpose. And every single one of them was dark and dreary. They were also damp, but that didn't bother Suigetsu. He is made of water, after all. Kabuto had been gone for a week now. A week of peace from experiments. Suigetsu's body still ached from the last one, so he'd stolen away in his living quarters. It was supposed to be his time to rest, to heal from what Kabuto had done to him. He had a tray of food, a drink, and he wanted to just stay in his room and be alone. Then his door flew open, the wood shaking and the hinges rattling. Suigetsu jumped, the apple he was eating went flying across the room. A very unmanly squeal left him. What the fuck? Suigetsu stood up, ready to yell at whoever disturbed him. Pulling back the hood, Karen stepped in like nothing happened. Get ready. Lord Orochimaru wants us to get Yugo and meet him outside of Konoha. She picked his tool pouch up from the side table and threw it toward him. The invasion is happening. Since when were we part of it? He clipped the tool pouch around his waist. Wait. Why Yugo? He's a little dangerous, isn't he? Karen gave him a flat look. We are invading. Dangerous is something we would want. Dangerous is something an invasion would look for, but not Karen. She'd often voiced her concern for how Yugo was treated. Numerous times, especially after a particularly trying experiment, Karen was called to heal him. She felt terrible for Yugo, absolutely hated what he endured, and would worry about him often. Sometimes, when everything was quiet and they weren't spouting insults at each other, Karen would confide in Suigetsu. She would tell him about Yugo's experiments and the wounds and scars the teen had all over him. They knew Yugo would lose control, would rampage until he was too injured to go on, yet they still used his pain. Every time someone was injured because of him, Yugo mourned. And when Karen would be called down to heal Yugo, she watched a gentle giant covered in scars from something he couldn't control look so sad. Karen cared about Yugo. There is no way she would use him like Lord Orochimaru and Kabuto did. There is something else going on. Suigetsu followed behind, biding his time until he had a chance to get the full story. As the two walked by Karen's room, Deo came tittering into the hallway. He gave Suigetsu a well-practiced hiss before climbing up Karen's cloak. Karen scratched behind his ears as the weasel settled into her collar. Then, just for good measure, he peeked his head out and hissed at Suigetsu again. Fucking rat, Suigetsu hissed back. As far underground as the tunnels already were, there were more below. They took the damp, mossy stairs to where a majority of the cells were. Yugo's last outburst destroyed the surface building housing his cell. Until it was fixed, he was forced into the sealed cell underground. He had no light to the outside, no birds to talk to, and no fresh air. The second level was a depressing mess of corridors and pale yellow lights dancing on dark rock. Karen felt Deo snuggle closer to her neck. The dense, damp air made the little weasel uncomfortable. The humans felt the same way. When they reached Yugo's cage, he was sitting on his cot. There was a shard of rock in his hand he was using to carve birds into the wall. He looked up when he heard the two coming closer. The hope in his eyes, the relief that someone came to see him, was painful to look at. Karen tried to give him a small smile, some semblance of comfort, but she was not nearly as effective as the small weasel wrapped around her neck. His little head poked out of her collar, his little nose twitching as he took in the surroundings, then he jumped through the bars. Deo didn't wait for an invitation, he just hopped on Yugo's lap and waited for the boy to pet him. There was no fear, no trepidation, just raw trust. Suijitsu leaned against the bars and crossed his arms. "Hey, big guy. We've come to break you out. Lord Orochimaru said I was to stay in here." Yugo didn't even look up, just kept running his hand over the weasel's smooth fur. "My last outburst hurt people. I can't see Kimimaro until they fix my medicine." With a toothy grin, Suijitsu shot Yugo finger guns. "Today is your lucky day, man. You're coming with us and then I'm sure you can see Kimimaro." He looked at Karen. "Right. Can I see him before we leave?" With Deo on his shoulder, Yugo stood up. "I can sense he's getting worse." Karen worked on taking the seal off the cell door. "Of course, Yugo. We can swing by on our way out." When he stood behind the door, waiting, Karen met his eyes. He was worried this would be the last time he could see his friend. Karen could read it on his face. Could she, possibly, get Kimimaro help in Konoha, too? "I'm sure Lord Orochimaru will change his mind once we're done." If Yugo didn't believe her, he didn't say anything. He followed the two up the stairs and through the corridors. The trio didn't have time to stop and chat, but Karen couldn't tell Yugo no. Not with everything that the boy's been through. For the longest time, the only friend Yugo had was Kimimaro. They kept each other sane in a maddening collection of tunnels. There were several machines hooked to Kimimaro when they entered his room. He looked tired as he lay there, eerily still. Kimimaro smiled when he saw Yugo, holding out a hand to greet his friend. As Karen watched the two interact, her eyes fell on the plethora of tubes and cables connected to Kimimaro. The medical records she'd seen showed that it was the experiments they had done that weakened Kimimaro to begin with. Now they were trying to keep him alive. He was no longer strong enough to be Lord Orochimaru's next vessel, but they didn't want his rare Keki Genkai to die with him. The more Karen had read, the sicker she got. It wasn't the first time Karen questioned those in charge, but she'd never done anything about it. Now, maybe she could. But how could she convince Lord Orochimaru to bring Kimimaro to Konoha? That thought stayed with her as they traveled to the meeting place. Deo spent most of his time on Yugo, sharing his broad shoulders with a couple of birds that swooped down. Suijitsu turned his nose up at the sight, making many comments about Yugo being covered in bird shit, but Yugo ignored him. He hadn't felt the air in months, hadn't felt grass in years. Yugo was enjoying every second he had outside of his cell. When they arrived at the meeting place, Orochimaru was speaking with Kabuto. The latter turned his calculating gaze on the three, not bothering to hide his disdain. "Lord Orochimaru, are you sure you want to trust this to those three?" It seemed Kabuto was most concerned about Yugo, who he hadn't taken his eyes off of. "These plans cannot fail." Orochimaru waved him off. "Do not worry, Kabuto. I feel these three will do wonderfully." He gave Yugo a sinister smile as he took in the animals that claimed the broad shoulders. "Are you feeling okay, Yugo?" "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Yugo bowed his head. "Thank you for allowing me out of my cell." The pale man huffed out a laugh. "No, Yugo, it is not me who you should thank. It was our Karen who made a compelling argument about you two." With a smile, Orochimaru put his hand on her shoulder. "I do have one more mission for you while in the village, my dear. Before the invasion begins, please ask Tsunade her advice on Kimimaro. I feel that the challenge he presents will outweigh her presence in the village." 4 strong ninja arrived at the meeting site. "Ah, you have made it." Orochimaru shifted his stance, hand still on Karen's shoulder. "I trust you 4 to maintain my barrier. Nothing gets in the way of my plan, do you understand?" "As you wish, Lord Orochimaru," Kidomaru bowed. Jirobo, Tewa, and Seikon all followed suit. These 4 were the winners of a battle royale between prisoners. Orochimaru was looking for his next bodyguards and required them to be powerful. It was these 4 who showed that strength. They became a team, led by Kimimaro before he was sick. The Sound Five, as they were known, were the most trusted team Orochimaru had. "Why are the kids here?" Yukon asked, looking over their shoulder. "Are we not enough, Lord Orochimaru?" Suijutsu sneered, but was cut off from saying anything by Orochimaru. "They have their own mission inside the village. It doesn't hurt to cut their attention in half. Karen's group will do that." He smiled down at Karen. "It's time for a new generation to help out, don't you agree, Kabuto?" Although Orochimaru didn't mean for Kabuto to answer, the man nodded anyway. "You all have your orders, now get ready." The four disguised themselves as the Kazekige's guards while Kabuto put on a stolen Umbu mask. The three kids just stood there, not needing to get anything really ready. They were just sent to cause a distraction. They were sent to make Yugo lose control. With the way Lord Orochimaru was treating her, Karen wondered if he could still read her thoughts. What would he think of Karen's plan to warn Kakashi and ask Lady Tsunade for help? Would she see that disappointment in his eyes? Would he hate her? Kill her? When they started toward Konoha, Karen was sick with worry. She was caught between two places, two opposite sides, and didn't know which she wanted to choose. Karen hoped that seeing her cousin again would help her decide. With all of his plans seemingly gone to shit, Obito had to do some fancy thinking if he was to salvage his ultimate goal. There was no one left in the organization who had intimate knowledge of Konoha the way Itaka did. And with Itaka missing, he had become a dangerous wild card. Kisame was also missing, also dangerous, and Obito didn't know if he and Itaka stayed partners or separated. He was out of members to bring in. Haiden was the final addition in an already unstable group of rogue ninja. Pain being outed added a whole other layer of shit. Now Nagato made his presence known and showed the group his frail and ailing form, with Konan keeping vigil at his side. None of the organization were afraid to voice their differing opinions. Especially now that they saw the so-called leader was one hard cough away from dying. The hideout became a madhouse when White Zetsu discovered pranking. How they'd learned was never stated, just that they enjoyed when Deidara screamed like a girl at discovering Haiden's still alive head under his blanket. Once Sasori was finally put back together, and he and Deidara officially became partners, Obito finally had teams to send out. He ran the ragged trying to find any Jinhira they could to speed up his plan. It was this that led Obito to two pathetic men using his organization for a free ride. Zetsu had some back from information gathering. Being able to meld into the world around you made eavesdropping extremely easy. They heard the shopkeepers in a small, run-down village speaking of two men in Akatsuki cloaks. They spoke about how the two men threatened the villagers, intimidated shopkeepers, and used fear to get what they wanted. Zetsu was fascinated by these reports, and how the two men were described as one of small stature and one larger. It described Itaki and Kisame in the vaguest of terms, but Obito told them to check every lead. And Zetsu was nothing if not thorough. Once brought to Obito's attention, the masked man decided to follow this lead himself. Of course, he was not alone. Zetsu tagged along, constantly chattering on and on. White Zetsu was asking Obito why ninja always wear sandals when Black Zetsu cut them off. "We will run into them at the crossroad." The two imposters were laughing as they bounced heavy coin bags in the hands. Obito stood in the center of the cross, waiting for the two to notice him. White Zetsu was practically vibrating with energy. They hadn't had a good fight in months. It was the smaller of the two that noticed them first. With eyes wide as saucers, he froze. The larger one took a couple steps more before locking his eyes on the orange mask in front of him. White Zetsu started laughing as he took the two terrified men in. They heard Obito growl in frustration. "Can we eat them?" Obito mulled that around as the two men shifted uncomfortably in his gaze, but decided against it. The two were just kids, probably pissing themselves in fear. Instead, Obito decided a different punishment was in order. "Where did you find those cloaks?" The smaller one stuttered out the name of a village south of where they currently are. "And you thought you had found a buried treasure, did you?" A choked sound left the smaller one before he hit his knees, pulling the larger one down with him. "Wers sorry. Please don't kill us." "Pathetic," Obito scoffed. He was surprised the two hadn't gotten themselves killed. It was an organization of rogue ninja they were impersonating, not a group of monks who had opened a puppy orphanage. People wanted the members of the Akatsuki dead, and they were not going to stop and have a conversation with the two kids first. The two were morons, but they may not be useless. What are your names? The larger one, who looked like he'd already pissed himself, began stuttering. I am J. Jun, and this is my BR brother, K. Kanto. Obito sighed. You realize I could kill you without lifting a finger, don't you? I could desecrate your bodies to the point you are nothing more than slurry. Then I will eat you, Zetsu happily supplied. People taste good. If the two hadn't already lost control of their bodily functions, they had now. However, Obito continued on as if the plant-human hybrid hadn't spoken, you two could keep yourselves alive. The organization needs nobodies to do our bidding. If you do your jobs well, I will discourage anyone from doing harm. Mess it up, and Zetsu may choose to snack on an arm or leg. Understand? They didn't get a chance to answer, Obito had already whisked them away. Chapter 44, The Finals begin. With his arms resting on the railing, Beiki looked out over the village. He'd received a message from Kabuto, instructing him to meet at the top of a tower. It wasn't a meeting Beiki was looking forward to, especially with how Gaara had been acting. How could he assure Kabuto, and in turn Orochimaru, that the well-laid plans would go off without a hitch? Gaara was still a wild card, just not in the way he was before. Lord Forth was relying on his son's detachment from reality to aid in the assault. Orochimaru was also relying on it. What is going to happen if Gaara doesn't participate? Beiki took a deep breath as he felt Kabuto's chakra coming toward him. I think, Kabuto said as he dropped down beside Beiki, that some things are not going as planned. He flicked his eyes to Beiki as he repositioned his glasses. Lord Orochimaru will not be happy that you have let that Takijin hierarchy around that boy. It's interfering with his plans. If Kabuto wasn't known to be Orochimaru's right-hand man, Beiki would put the teen in his place. Instead, he looked out over the rooftops. Weren't you supposed to have captured that Uchiha kid by now? From what I've seen, he's still walking around. There was a bright glint reflecting off Kabuto's glasses when he whipped his head toward Beiki. My part of the mission is not your concern. I will capture the Uchiha when the time is right. Until then, keep your Jinhiriki on his leash. Kabuto began to walk away but stopped abruptly. Did you not feel the need to secure the perimeter? Fine. I'll deal with it. Beiki never turned to face Kabuto. He didn't reach out for the chakra signatures as they played cat and mouse on the rooftops, he just stared straight ahead. This was a mission. He had never failed a mission. He was fiercely loyal to his village and his Kaze cage. Tomorrow, the kids will have to do their job flawlessly, as will he. Tomorrow is the beginning of the end for Konoha. Tomorrow. Kisame was up before the sun. He pushed his lumbering form off the ground and headed toward the bathroom. Something was nagging at him. Something made his sleep restless. His thoughts constantly went over his training with Coral. He'd spent 3 weeks beating bad habits out of her, using them against her in training to make her see why they're giving her a disadvantage. The sword fit into her small hands like it has always belonged there. She was ready. She was stronger, faster, more accurate than when he'd met her. So why was it nagging at him? He found himself at Coral's bedroom door, seeing the girl sleeping sound underneath pink bedding. It's easy to forget how young and small these children are. When they are coming at you with Jounin-level jutsu, you don't stop to think about ages. And when Coral is coming at him, holding a sword longer than she is tall, it's easy to forget that sassy girl is only 12. It's a great advantage during battle, but it means that the opponent will come at her harder. Even with all the skill he'd given her, she still could get hurt. Or worse. It was a shock when Kisame realized why he couldn't sleep. He was worried about Coral. He was nervous. As he walked into the kitchen and took a seat in his chair, the worry kept creeping up. What if she was half a second too slow? What if she loses her grip? What if she can't heal herself? The kitchen light flicked on, pulling Kisame from his thoughts. Itaka took a seat across from him, gracefully as always. His hair was out of its ponytail, instead hanging loose and messy from sleep. Kisame wasn't sure if he'd ever seen Itaka's hair down before. Restless sleep. Itaka brushed his hair behind his shoulder. Mine was, too. I know my brother is ready for whatever comes, but it doesn't stop the fear. Kisame huffed out a laugh. Is that what this feeling is? Fear? Thought that was trained out of me. He took a deep breath. Little Uchiha is your blood. It makes sense that you would fear for him. Coral isn't blood, but I am afraid for her. You care about her, Itaki answered. It's not a bad thing. You two have spent a lot of time together, have trained together, it makes sense that you would develop a bond with her. A bond. Kisame let the word roll around in his mouth. Don't believe I've ever had one. Kiri doesn't exactly promote that. With a small smile, Itaki answered, maybe you just didn't know that's what it was. It seemed like the house began waking up right as the sun began to rise. The kids were slowly emerging from their rooms, rubbing sleep from their eyes and arguing over who got the bathroom first. Sakura won. She usually did. Kakashi took a seat at the table seconds before Naruto draped his groggy body across his back. Smiling, he ruffled Naruto's hair. Sasuke sat down beside Itake, his hair wild and sleep-messed. Itake took a second to try and tame it, barely hiding his snicker at how ridiculous it looked. Sasuke frowned at him, batting his hand away. When the boys heard the bathroom door click, they both bolted back the hall. Naruto, being slightly closer to the hallway, nearly knocked Sakura over sliding into the door. He got there first. Sasuke was miffed. With her outfit on and her hair brushed, Sakura crawled on Kakashi's lap. I know that Hayate-sensei couldn't train me because he's the proctor, but would it be bad if I went to see him before the finals? Normally, I'd tell you to go. But he's probably busy getting ready. Kakashi rubbed her back. However, I know that you would go anyway. Just don't get caught. Don't get him in trouble. Meet us in front of the arena exactly at 9. She hopped up, practically skipping toward her sword. Once it was strapped firmly in the halter, she left with a wave to find Hayate. Sasuke stood up, grumbling about how Naruto was taking too long in the bathroom. He stomped back the hall and began banging on the door. From the kitchen, the three adults braced themselves for the blow-up that was about to occur. They heard the door open, Naruto and Sasuke swearing at each other, and then the door slamming. When Naruto rounded the corner, still trying to zip up his pants, he was muttering to himself. Stupid bastard asshole thinking he owns the bathroom. He has the nerve to call me a loser just because his weak-ass bladder couldn't hold for 2 more minutes. I hope he pisses himself. He looked up to see all 3 of the adults trying very hard not to laugh. It's not funny. I should have given him a picture of my middle finger for his birthday. Kisame tilted his head back and laughed. It didn't take long for Itaki and Kakashi to join in. Naruto frowned at all of them. Kakashi whipped them up breakfast. He had to bodily place the 2 boys in their seats and force them to eat. There was too much nervous energy for either of them to sit still. In between bites, the 2 bickered. It wasn't until a piece of toast flew across the table that Kakashi chided them. But, Kaka-sensei. Sasuke's always glaring at me. Then don't be stupid. It's not my fault you almost pissed yourself. You took forever in the bathroom. Sakura doesn't even take that long. I take forever? You spend 90% of your time in there looking at yourself in the mirror and doing your duck-ass hairstyle. A fork was thrown across the table with deadly accuracy. See, sensei. He's dangerous. He needs to be contained so he doesn't hurt anyone. The only person I'm going to hurt is you, moron. How? With your prickly attitude. There was a beat before Naruto yelled out again. See. All he does is glare at me. Another beat. Oh, great, now he is sharing glaring at me. By this point, Kisame was howling with laughter. Itake was nearly wheezing while he laughed. Kakashi just shook his head. Sasuke looked Naruto in the eye. It better come down to me and you. I would love to wipe that smirk off your face. Naruto just gave him a fox-like grin. No matter how hard she tried, Sakura couldn't find Hayate. Either he was out of the village, which wasn't likely, or he was behind a seal that didn't let his chakra through. She scaled the buildings, hopping from roof to roof as she flared out her senses. It wasn't until she jumped from the R&D building and onto the library that she picked up a faint blip of Hayate's chakra. Sakura finally found him. In an alley covered in blood. He was semi-propped up against a dumpster, his flak jacket stained a dark red. Hayate-sensei. Sakura knelt down beside him, holding her glowing green hands over his chest. She was trying to heal him, but he'd lost a lot of blood. What was left was gathering in his lungs. Knowing that this was beyond her current skill level, Sakura picked him up and ran toward the hospital. Tsunade could feel Sakura's chakra coming, fast and frantic. She called for Shizune in a transport, which got there just as Sakura's feet hit the ground. What happened? Tsunade was assessing the man, running her hands over his chest as Shizune ripped his flak jacket and shirt down the middle. Sakura. Focus. Sakura was watching her sensei's lifeless body, covered in blood and dirt and wounds. I don't know. I went looking for him and this is how I found him. She fell into step as they rushed Hayate into an operating room. She felt like she was floating, looking down on the scene of blood and carnage. Then she noticed the blood on her clothes and arms, pools of crimson spreading through the white of her shirt and the pink of her shorts. Her eyes were wide, her body shaking. Sakura. Tsunade's voice cut through her, snapping her back into reality. You have an exam to get to. We have Hayate. Go. She wasn't enough. She wasn't skilled enough to be in the emergency room. Tsunade shooed her away, leaving her behind. In a daze, Sakura walked out of the hospital and toward the arena. People stopped and stared at her, watching as the blood soaked further into the fabric and staining her skin. She didn't look up, didn't realize her surroundings until someone cupped her face in his hands. Sakura. Kakashi sounded so worried, so scared. What happened? Are you hurt? She looked up, finally seeing what was around her. Kakashi held her face as Sasuke and Naruto shared similar shocked expressions. Hayate-sensei, he was dying, Lady Tsunade has him. Is this Hayate's blood? Sakura nodded. He's in good hands, Sakura. Lady Tsunade and Shizune will do everything they can. Look at me, honey. I know you're scared. I know you're worried. Go with the boys and get cleaned up. I'll go to the hospital and see what's going on. Again, she nodded but was barely listening to Kakashi. The boys gently steered her toward the arena. They went in the back way, so as not to be seen. Naruto pulled out a scroll that stored extra clothes for the three of them. They walked her into the showers, sat her fresh clothes on the bench, and nudged her toward the porcelain tile. As Sakura stripped off her blood-soaked clothes and scrubbed the crimson from her body, the two boys kept watch at the door. Naruto. I think maybe we should find Ino. A poof of a clone appearing showed Naruto heard him. Find Ino. The clone nodded and began running. In a matter of minutes, Ino and Tenten slammed the shower doors open. There were quick exchanges of words before Ino and Tenten jogged toward the partitions. As much as the boys loved and cared for Sakura, they knew that words and feelings were not their strong suit. From the doorway of the partitioned shower stalls, Ino and Tenten watched as bloody water snaked toward the drain. The bloody clothes were laying on the floor and the sword was leaned against the tile. Sakura. Ino took a step closer toward the sound of running water. Sakura, talk to me. There was a loud sniffle before Sakura's broken voice whispered, it won't come off. I can't get it off. Tenten grabbed a large towel from the bin and handed it to Ino. Slowly, Ino entered the partition. She watched as Sakura dug her nails into her skin, scraping at the blood to get it off. Oh, Sakura. Wrapping the towel around Sakura, she led the girl out of the shower and toward the benches. Let us help, okay? Sakura sat on the bench in silence as the two girls grabbed washcloths and soap, each taking an arm and softly removing the crimson. They moved onto her legs and then her chest, gently taking away any remnants of Hayate's blood. I think we got it all. Let's get you all dried off. Tenten grabbed another towel, gently exchanging the wet one for the dry one. As Ino and Tenten gently dried her off, Sakura finally spoke. I tried to help. I couldn't get my hands to stop shaking. Of course you helped, Ino said. You got him to Lady Tsunade, the best healer in the elemental nations. You couldn't have gotten him better help. The door cracked open and Naruto's voice slipped in. Hey, is she okay? Sakura softly smiled at the worry in his voice. I'm fine. Just give me a minute. Yeah, okay. The door clicked closed. After drying off, Sakura dressed in her fresh clothes. In the meantime, Tenten scrubbed a smudge of blood off her halter. When Sakura was suited up and ready to go, she hugged Ino and Tenten. Thank you. It's what friends do, Sakura, Tenten said with a smile. I know you two would do the same for me. When they left the showers, Sakura grabbed both of her boys' hands and gave them a smile. I've fallen into an amazing family. I don't know what I'd do without you guys. Sasuke turned his head, hiding a blush in his collar. Naruto just beamed. Kakashi met them outside of the arena. Before Sakura could ask her millions of questions, Kakashi knelt down in front of her. Hayate is going to be okay. Lady Tsunade managed to close the hole in his lung. He needed a few pints of blood and they have him sedated, but he's alive. If you hadn't found him when you did, he trailed off, but they knew what he meant. I wish I could tell you to take a break and breathe, but you don't have the time. We need to pull ourselves together and focus on the finals. The three of you are strong, capable, and ready. Go in there and show them what Team 7 can do. Standing on the fighting ground, surrounded by the other finalists, Sakura took a deep breath. Knowing Hayate was alive was a balm to her terrible thoughts. But that creeping tendril of what if I was too late kept nagging at her. The half-circle they stood in allowed Sakura to find her opponent's eyes. That Kiri girl, with her large trident in hand, just sneered at her. The proctor who stood in front of them, a Jounin with a senbon hanging from his mouth, was not supposed to be there. It should have been Hayate-sensei who stood there. Sakura felt Naruto hook his pinky around hers. I know it's always you teaching me stuff. Learning from books was more your thing. But I want to teach you something from the streets. If you let people see that they're hurting you, they do it more. Instead, take all of it and wear it like a shield. Set the shield on fire with how angry you are. Then use it. He gave her pinky a squeeze. Always works for me. From her other side, Sasuke gave an approving noise. Just don't get lost in it. If anyone could tell her about pain and anger, it would be the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and the Uchiha massacre survivor. She was lucky to have them in her life. She was lucky to have them as her teammates. As her brothers. Taking a deep breath, Sakura smiled. Thanks. Love you guys. They both stiffened, but didn't have time to react. The finals were about to begin. Sakura was going to avenge Ino and prove to that bitch the Kyuubi Basho belonged to her. Let the games begin. The elemental lands were not on friendly terms. They had been divided for many years, have fought many wars against each other, destroyed many a homeland, and the only peace was 2 signatures on flimsy parchment. A flimsy piece of parchment that could be destroyed by any perceived slight on either side. It was a delicate balance of give and take that the Kages had to walk, but was a skill they had to master quickly or face more wars. And inviting a Kage into your own village, from a land who you had previously fought against, caused a lot of turmoil. So when the Kaze Kage arrived with 4 guards, no one saw that as strange. In fact, Hiruzen had 4 of his own keeping a constant vigil. It did strike Hiruzen as odd, however, that the man kept his chakra cautiously tucked away. It wasn't like Raza to check himself. He was a prudent man who wasn't afraid to show his power. The man was always so tightly wound, easy to anger, and wielded his title like a weapon. The silence wasn't unusual, he was known to only speak when words were required. Raza had a signature stance. He didn't need his hands to control his golden sand, so they were usually crossed over his chest. Today, however, Raza sat with them carefully on his lap. Hiruzen had been taught to read minute details others would miss. Tobirama pounded that into his head for years. So when the little things weren't adding up, Hiruzen slowly tried to pick them apart. Seeing his face clearly was an issue. The cage hat was kept low and the shroud nearly covered his face from the side. Making a show of needing to stand and stretch his back, Hiruzen made a valiant effort to see the man head-on. It only partially worked since Raza turned his face away at the last second. The old man was running out of time. They were seated beside each other in a special viewing place, perfect to see the Chunin finals in a wide angle. Standing beside him, Kohara held a clipboard with the names of each participant and a space for notes on each one. As Hiruzen made comments on the fighters, Kohara would write them down. On Raza's side there was no one taking notes. It was as if this was all just a show to him. It rubbed Hiruzen the wrong way. "It's a shame," Hiruzen said, trying to start some sort of conversation, "that the Mizukage couldn't make it. I'm sure his genin would have appreciated it." Although the shroud covered it, Hiruzen could still feel the Kazekage's eyes on him. "Yes. It's too bad." Hiruzen looked down at the semicircle of genin in the arena. The vast majority of the genin were from Konoha. It filled Hiruzen with a sense of pride. He saw Genma finish his instructions and the genin head to their viewing area. A Hyuga from the branch family stayed on the field, as well as the Tokijin hierarchy. It was an interesting matchup. He put the puzzle that was Raza aside to give his attention to the kids that worked hard to earn it. "Did you write them on a napkin?" Fu squinted her eyes at the order of the match UPS. "Like, what, 5 minutes ago?" The Senbon shifted from the left to the right as Genma narrowed his eyes at the girl. They were decided the same way the prelims were. By a randomizer. Before Fu could speak, Genma talked over her. "I'm Genma. I will be your proctor as Hayate isn't available. The first matchup will be Niji and Fu. Second will be Hiraki and Sakura. Third is Suzuki and Shikamaru. Last will be Gaara and Naruto. There is a viewing platform for the participants in the door and up the stairs. No fighting will occur while waiting. If fighting does occur, both parties will be disqualified. Understand? What happened to the guy who coughs all the time?" Genma took a deep breath and reminded himself that this is why he never became a sensei. "That is Hayate. Who I was just speaking about. He isn't available. As I just said. Do you have any more questions?" "I'm Fu." Naruto and Sakura giggled at how excited the girl was. Eyeing the paper, Genma found her place on the list. "Ah, so you're first. Well, let's get the finals started. The audience is getting restless." He barely hid the relief that Fu would have to focus on something else. "Finalists, make your way to the viewing platform. Fu and Niji, stay here." Before walking away, Naruto gave Fu a thumbs up. The excitable girl was bouncing in place, barely able to hold her bubbly personality inside. When Gaara was a little slower to walk away, Fu gave his arm a squeeze and a big smile. "I got this." When the field was finally emptied out, the bubbly Fu and stoic Niji were all that remained. With pent-up energy, Fu was bouncing in place, shifting her weight from foot to foot, and shaking out her shoulders. With his piercing gaze, Niji watched her, zoning in on any weaknesses he could find. His uncle had taught him to see beyond Tenketsu points. Watching the way the lines flowed through her, the way she naturally pulled chakra to certain parts more than others, gave him an idea of her favorite moves. The smiling girl used long-range attacks. It may be a bit of an issue, with the Hyuga favoring short range, but Niji was sure of himself. Komei was chirping in Fu's head. A gentle reminder to keep her wits about her. Fu watched the veins around Niji's eyes bulge as he dropped into a stance. "Isn't that uncomfortable?" She tilted her head, considering the prominent lines around his eyes. "Not trying to be rude, but it's a little weird." Niji was a little taken aback. "You, get used to it." The girl nodded as if she understood. "Are you ready?" As if she just realized what was going on, Fu startled. "Oh, yeah, totally. Sorry, I'm just excited to be here." It was as if they were sparring in the academy. The two of them traded blows, knocking the other away, knocking the other to the ground. The whole time Niji felt as if Fu was holding back. As if she was hiding something. He didn't want to be handled with kid gloves. Not in the finals. Not when everyone was watching. Komei had been quiet, not throwing out ideas as he normally would. He had already told her prior that him helping would be cheating. This was a test, a fair competition. Baijuyo Chakra would be an unfair advantage. So he kept it neatly tucked away, allowing Fu to do this entirely on her own. Even when Niji slowly picked away at Fu's Tenketsu points, Komei remained silent. With her right arm practically useless, Fu needed a breather. She pulled out a handful of scale powder, blowing it straight in Niji's direction. With any luck, it would blind him long enough for her to recoup. Her plan worked. Niji reeled back in pain, shielding his face with his arms. He let go of the Byakugan in an effort to limit the pain. Fu tugged at her arm, trying to shake some life back into it. Why was using jutsu one-handed not something she'd learned? The only way for her to win would be to keep Niji blinded. And to keep his damn hands away from her. Suddenly, through the white light, Fu felt a wall of chakra hit her like a brick. Niji's hands were hitting her, closing off Tenketsu points in rapid succession. Her limbs became numb, barely keeping her upright. He shouldn't be able to see. Her powder was still hanging in the air, blinding the field around them. How was he seeing her? As his body spun around, landing the last blow, Fu saw how he had gotten past her powder. Niji's eyes were closed. With her legs feeling like jello, Fu dropped to her knees. What use was a blinding powder if your opponent could see with his eyes closed? She looked up at him, his long hair hanging loose at his shoulders. He had a smug grin on his face, a smug grin she'd seen so many times in Taki. She saw it every time a civilian was mean to her, every time a ninja looked down on her. Fu was not a sad, little girl anymore. With her useless limbs feeling like lead, Fu tapped into Komei's chakra. It flowed from her core, branching out into all of the paths, popping each closed Tenketsu point open. Slowly, Fu could feel her arms, could feel her legs, could feel her power return. Wings slowly unfurled from her back, long and dragonfly-like. With the first flap, the blinding powder was blown away. Niji opened his eyes, not believing what he was seeing. Another flap and Fu's body rose into the air. Niji began slowly backing up, body poised to run if he needed to. Fu angled her body downward, a whirlwind-like force flowing around her. He tried to block her, but Fu's punch broke through, knocking Niji into the hard-packed ground. When the dust settled, Genma walked over to them. He knelt down, pushing Niji's hair off of his face. Done. I'm done, Niji croaked out. Winner, Fu. The last Churyunin exam Kakashi actually sat through was his own. In his previous life, he didn't see most of the exams. He was so focused on Sasuke that he'd missed some key moments. Hell, he had missed Naruto's fight against Niji, a very important moment in Naruto's path. And didn't that realization hurt? This time around Kakashi can safely say he has been there for every moment he was able to. And now, on the field he once stood as a genin, his kids will earn their flak jackets. Jiraiya's strong chakra presence was felt long before the man took his seat. Along with him were two men that Kakashi didn't recognize, but knew very well. He looked at Jiraiya with surprise, but the man just smiled and settled into his seat. The two men with him just gave Kakashi a nod. You are one brave bastard, Kakashi mumbled. Or crazy? Jiraiya laughed. A little bit of both, I'm sure. Don't worry, they will behave. As long as they don't challenge the seal, it will remain in place. Using the same base Naruto had used for concealing Itachi on Sasuke's birthday, Jiraiya hid the chakra of both Kisame and Itachi. It made them feel like civilians, with a chakra signature so faint it was easily overlooked. Not to mention the transformations. Kisame was basically just a very tall man, with no blue skin or sharp teeth. And Itachi with his brown hair and skin darker than the typical Uchiha paleness looked more like a tradesman than a ninja. All Kakashi could think was that Sasuke would be pissed. As Fu skipped merrily toward the balcony, and Niji was helped off the field by medics, Ino shifted in her seat. She had a reason to be nervous. If Niji and Fu's match had just ended. Hiraki versus Sakura. Then it was Sakura's turn. Gripping the battle list in her hands, Ino watched as the Kiri girl made her way to the center. The trident was strapped to her back, sticking up above her head. The girl was cocky, smirking as she stood there, her eyes scanning the audience. Ino knew she was looking for her. A phantom reminder of the wound in Ino's side made her twinge in pain, but she refused to let it show. That bitch would not get the satisfaction of knowing Ino was hurting in any way. It didn't stop Hiraki from meeting her eyes, her smirk turning into a sardonic smile. As an answer, Ino flipped her off. When Sakura entered the field, the ground shook around her. The weight of her chakra could be felt for rows in the stands. One could tell she had just been biding her time, impatiently waiting for her turn on the field, slowly building and building and building the anger and animosity. They'd tried to teach her how to keep the anger inside and use it in a positive way, but seeing the girl who had hurt Ino was too much. Especially since that girl tried so hard to find Ino in the crowd. If Hiraki thought Sakura hadn't seen, she was very mistaken. "Do you think that little display of shaking the ground is supposed to scare me?" Hiraki asked with a laugh. Because it didn't. Reaching over her shoulder, Sakura unsnapped the halter and gripped the hilt of her sword. "This won't take long," she flexed her fingers around the decorated leather, "then you can fuck off back to Kiri. That sword does not belong to you." "The only way I go back to Kiri is with the Kyubikurei Basho." Hiraki's eyes narrowed, but Sakura didn't so much as smirk. She showed no emotion on her face at all. "I don't know how you tricked Zabuza, but I will rectify that, now." "Well," Sakura smirked, "come on and rectify it." Hiraki reached over her shoulder, gripping the trident and swinging it around in front of her. There was a low thrum of electric dancing over the metal, arcing over the pointed tines. Gripping it in both hands, Hiraki held it to her side, tines pointing directly at Sakura's chest, at her heart. From the ground, fog began lifting up, thick and wet. It was the same covering Hiraki used with Ino, but Sakura wasn't afraid. She'd been exposed to a much stronger version while training with Kisame. Standing still, Sakura let Hiraki think she'd won. She let Hiraki think she was scared and feeling trapped. Sakura wasn't stuck. Sakura wasn't scared. Sakura was waiting. She let Hiraki make the fog thicker, let her arc lightning up and down the trident, let her take her first steps forward. The moment Hiraki thrust the trident forward, Sakura caught it with the Kyubikurei Basho. Her thick slab of metal slid in between the tines, stopping the forward motion in its tracks. Then, as if flipping off a switch, the fog was gone. "I think it's time you learned how to fight fair." With a slight twist of her sword, Sakura snapped a tine off of the trident. It bounced across the hard ground, coming to a rest against a rock. "No more hiding." Hiraki jumped back, getting space between her and Sakura. She looked at her broken trident, eyes wide in shock. The trident should have been unbreakable. The tines shouldn't even bend, let alone break off. She could feel her sensei watching her, knew he was disappointed, knew her Mizukage would be disappointed. All of that because this soft, pink-haired girl lucked her way into a powerful weapon. The fog was dispersed in an instant. Hiraki didn't have enough chakra to keep it strong, she could only keep it in a small area. The fact that Sakura could eliminate it in an instant was disconcerting. She looked at her broken trident, the missing tine leaving a sharp shard poking up in the middle. Looking more like a U than a W, Hiraki gripped the hilt tightly. She still had 2 sharp tines, not all was lost. She just has to keep it away from that wide sword. With the tip of the sword digging into the ground, Sakura rolled her shoulders. Hiraki wasn't taking her seriously, and it was pissing Sakura off. She thought it would be over in an instant, but Sakura proved she won't go down without a fight. The Kyubikurei Basho snapped the middle tine off as if it was a toothpick. It also felt as if the left tine cracked, just a hairline, but it would be enough to easily snap it off. If Hiraki was smart, she would keep the trident from coming in contact with the sword. Now it was time to see how smart Hiraki actually is. Hiraki dropped to the ground, slamming her palms into the dirt. From under them, a rumble shook the field. One after the other, geysers began erupting. The water was quickly filling the area, making the dirt turn to sticky mud. The Kyubikurei Basho began to sink, the mud feeling as if it was sucking the sword into the ground. Tightening her grip, Sakura tried to keep the sword from going too far down. Then she felt the water increasing in density. It was clinging to her legs, to the sword, pulling both deeper. Sakura tried and tried to get her feet free, to keep the sword from going under, but both were sinking quickly. She had to make a decision, and make it quick. It pained Sakura that she had to choose herself over the sword. She let the Kyubikurei Basho go. It wouldn't stay there long. Sakura planned to get it back as soon as she could. Instead, she flipped backward, pulling herself free from the dense water and landing on the wall. There was a fire in her eyes when she looked at Hiraki. That bitch made her drop her sword. She was done playing. Hiraki watched the sword sink. It wouldn't take long, now. Kiri would have its weapon back, soon. Now that Sakura was separated from it, the girl would be easily taken down. Increasing the density of the water even more lessened the amount she could keep on the field. It was one downside Hiraki had yet to get past. Instead of focusing on the entire field, Hiraki chose to keep it all concentrated around the sword, cementing it in density. Sakura would not be able to get it pulled out without Herculean effort. And, while Sakura was trying, as Sakura pushed off the wall, Hiraki sent out a current of electricity through the dense water. It pulsed on the surface, waiting for Sakura's foot to come into contact with it. She watched as the pink-haired girl writhed in pain when the electricity coursed through her. Waiting for the satisfying image of Sakura laying limp on the surface, Hiraki let herself take a deep breath. But Sakura didn't go limp on the surface. Instead, Sakura disappeared in a puff of smoke. With the electricity drained out of the surface, the real Sakura landed beside her sword, using the lack of remaining chakra softening its hold on the metal to pull it free. She hefted it up onto her shoulder, letting it rest there as she gripped the hilt. Hiraki was almost out of chakra. She'd used most of it keeping the water dense. Slowly, and with a saunter, Sakura stepped toward Hiraki. There was a sinister smirk that made Hiraki shiver. Her eyes were so wide, so afraid of what Sakura was going to do next. How would the pink-haired girl kill her? The closer Sakura came, the more Hiraki backed up. A raised mound of dirt sent Hiraki landing on her back. From her right, Hiraki saw the trident reflecting in the sunlight. She stretched her arm out as far as she could, hooking her fingers over the shaft, then a huge slab of sword was slammed in the ground a hair's width from her nose. The trident was kicked away, bouncing across the ground and coming to a stop against the wall. When Hiraki turned her head, it was to see angry green eyes staring back at her. After what you did to Ino, I have dreamed about ripping you limb from limb. Every day that she spent in the hospital just added another layer to the hell I was going to bring down on you. And here you are, at my mercy and so easy to destroy. As if to prove her point, Sakura pulled the sword from the ground, only to slam it into the other side, slicing open Hiraki's ear. But, no, I won't. Being a ninja means knowing when to fight and when to stop. And, Hiraki, I very strongly suggest you choose to stop. Opening and closing her mouth a few times, Hiraki finally managed to form actual words. I am done. Pushing herself up, Hiraki slid backward to get as far away from Sakura as she could. Hey. Proctor. I'm done. Genma didn't bother asking if she was sure. The girl looked terrified. Instead, he raised his head and announced, winner, Sakura. As the finals were underway, Karen and her ragtag team worked their way to the center of Konoha. The decision she has to make was weighing heavy on her shoulders. Follow Lord Orochimaru's orders and force Yugo to lose control, or make her way to Lady Tsunade in hopes she can heal both Yugo and Kimimaro. Suigetsu had noticed her silence and how distracted the girl had been. He kept exchanging looks with Yugo, both wondering what had Karen so out of sorts. They were almost to the market district when Suigetsu finally decided to say something. He tugged on her arm, making Karen slow down. What's wrong? And don't tell me nothing is wrong, because both me and Yugo can see you're struggling. Hell, even the rat knows something is wrong. Deo hissed in Suigetsu's direction. Honestly, Karen. What's going on? She looked between the two boys, seeing the utter confusion on their faces. Suigetsu knew about the visit to Konoha and the cousin she found there. Yugo didn't, but could still sense something was wrong. He always was sensitive to emotions. It's why, when he lost control, it hurt him so deeply. Yugo didn't want to hurt people. He hated that some outbursts had killed people. There were birds on his shoulders. Deo curled into his arm as Yugo held him. Yugo didn't deserve this. Yugo deserved to be free. I can't do this. Karen pulled the hood off of her head. I can't be Lord Orochimaru's perfect girl anymore. She tried to stop her voice from shaking. Yugo, Lord Orochimaru wants us to bring you to the center of Konoha and make you outburst. It will draw some attention from him when he attacks. We're supposed to keep it going as long as we can. But I can't do that. I can't make you hurt people. There was a silence between the three of them. Yugo stared at the ground as Deo climbed up to his shoulder and wrapped around his neck. I know I am supposed to fight. That's why Lord Orochimaru took me in. Deo began purring, rubbing his face against Yugo's cheek. That's what I'm good for. Fuck that. Suijutsu stood up tall. That is what Kabuto says. Lord Orochimaru only keeps us around to further his research. But that's bullshit. I'm tired of being tied to a table and poked and prodded. I'm sick of seeing them push and push you until you snap, then throw you in a cage after. I can't watch them hold Karen down while disgusting men bite her. With a look of determination, Suijutsu turned to Karen. Time to fight back. Yugo just stared at them. Could they? Is it possible to defy your destiny like that? Could he just leave the hideout? Leave Kimimaro behind? No. If it was possible to leave, then he was bringing his dear friend along. We can't let Kimimaro there. Absolutely not. Karen looked at Deo. Say, little man, are you up for a trip? His ears perked up. Kimimaro can be away from the machines for a little while, right? Long enough to come here. She remembers seeing Kimimaro sitting in front of Yugo's cell, free of any medical equipment. Yugo nodded in agreement. Okay. Deo, can you go and deliver a message to Kimimaro? So he can come here and get help. With a little storage seal on his white belly, Deo took his message back to the hideout. Karen will absolutely get that poor boy help. Okay, Suijutsu leaned against the outside of a shop. What's our next step, fearless leader? Flaring out her senses, Karen felt around for a very familiar chakra. Lady Tsunade healed me. She's amazing. If anyone can help us, it will be her. With Hayate stable, Tsunade began peeling off her rubber gloves. Her hands trembled with the amount of blood she was handling. Shizun was cleaning up the area, throwing blood-soaked gauze in the trash and blood-soaked instruments in the cleaning solution. Hayate was lucky to be alive. Had Sakura not found him when she did? Lady Tsunade, Shizun dumped the last of the gauze in the trash. Do you think we were a little rude to Sakura? She was worried and we just kicked her out of the room. A couple of medics swooped in the room to move Hayate into intensive care. Tsunade waited until they were gone to answer. If she's going to be a medic, she needs to learn how to separate her emotions from the situation. The hypocrisy of that statement hung in the air between them. Finally, Tsunade sighed. Yeah, we were. I'll make it up to her after the finals. Lady Tsunade, one of the nurses stuck her head into the operating room door. There is a girl here to see you. Her name is Karen. Shizun gasped, moving to stand beside Tsunade. Yes. Bring her to my office. She's not alone, ma'am. Would you like all three of them? Karen wasn't alone. Tsunade wasn't sure what that meant but told the nurse to bring them all back. Tsunade and Shizun took time to clean themselves off before going back to the office. When they opened the door, they were greeted by Karen and two boys, the latter of which looked worried to be there. Karen ran up to Tsunade, trying to explain but speaking too fast for Tsunade to understand. Karen. Breathe. Tsunade brushed a piece of hair off of Karen's face. What's going on? Taking Tsunade's words literally, Karen let out a deep breath before beginning again. Lord Orochimaru is going to attack Konoha. He's already here, pretending to be the Kazekage. He had this agreement with the Kazekage to use his son, the Jinchuriki, to let the Ichibai out. Then Lord Orochimaru would kill the Hokage and take over Konoha. With all of that, Tsunade just stared at her, taking it in. And I was hoping maybe you could help Yugo and Kimimaro. Lord Orochimaru experimented on them, but I hope you can help them. But that can wait until after dash. Orochimaru is here, in the village, sitting beside Sarutobi-sensei, and no one knows. Tsunade turned around, finding a clock. How far are they into the exams? Naruto said his match with Raza's son was last. She turned back to Karen. Orochimaru can't know you came to me. The three of you stay here until he's stopped. I need to find Jiraiya. As Tsunade ran from the hospital to find Jiraiya, the third match was already underway. Silence was hard to find in the hideout. Even when you're being kept alive by wires and tubes, people still find it normal to stand around and gossip right outside the door. Normally, Kimimaro was content to block out their voices, putting it like white noise in the back of his mind. Today, though, their chatter broke though. Did you hear they took that big oaf to Konoha? What for? Gonna set him off like a bomb. Maybe it will kill him this time. I'm sick of picking up after him. Did they finish building his cell, yet? Nah. Although they did come up with a great idea. They've been calling it the dog house. Gonna paint Yugo above the door. Kimimaro sat up, the wires and tubes pulling at his skin. Lord Orochimaru had done many things to Yugo that Kimimaro didn't agree with. He would never voice that, never question the man who gave his life meaning. But Yugo was his dear friend. He cared immensely for the Gentile giant. The absolutely last thing Kimimaro would tolerate was people talking about him as if he was an aggressive dog. Especially these henchmen who had no place talking about a good soul who didn't deserve his lot in life. If only Kimimaro could help. Looking at the medical equipment hooked to him, Kimimaro couldn't stop wondering if he was healthy enough to help Yugo. When Kimimaro felt at his worst, Yugo always helped cheer him up. Maybe it was time for Kimimaro to come to Yugo's aid? When the two men went further down the hall, Kimimaro slowly began unhooking himself from the medical equipment. First came the wires taped all over his body. Then came the tubes and needles. The machines began beeping, an alert that something was wrong. He waited, listening to see if anyone came running. Hearing no footsteps, Kimimaro slowly sat up. A little lightheadedness, but nothing Kimimaro hadn't felt before. Once that passed, he slowly, gently, slid off the bed into his feet. The rock felt cold against his bare feet. With the incessant beeping annoying him, Kimimaro finally could reach the power button. Finally, there was silence. His first steps were shaky. Kimimaro gripped any surface he could as he talked toward the door. With each step it got easier. Finally, when he reached the door, his steps were steady enough to walk on his own. Dodging the people walking through the tunnels was easy enough. They weren't actively looking for Kimimaro, so they had no need to check the darkened corners. The sun was so bright it hurt. It took a minute for his eyes to adjust. That didn't stop him, he kept walking forward, determined to get to Konoha, to Yugo. His chakra may not be working quite right, but it was enough to power his legs. The air felt so foreign to Kimimaro. He hadn't been outside for years. With wind blew through his hair, on his neck, and it had no right feeling as freeing as it did. When Kimimaro was halfway between the Oto border and Konoha, there was a rustle in the bushes. Sliding to a stop, he was immediately on alert, until a small weasel came running out. It stopped, nose twitching as it stared at Kimimaro. Then the little furry weasel sat up on his hind legs, showing the glowing seal on his white belly. Is that for me? The weasel trilled at him, sounding impatient. The piece of paper that appeared out of the seal shocked Kimimaro. Karen's flowing handwriting was begging Kimimaro to come to Konoha. She promised healing. She promised a chance at a cure. One of the great Sunin, Tsunade, was in Konoha. Neither Lord Orochimaru, nor Kabuto, could heal him. They could only keep him alive. What if there was an actual cure? What if he could live a life without constant pain? The weasel bit his pant leg, trying to move him toward Konoha. When Kimimaro took a step in the right direction, the weasel climbed up and perched on Kimimaro's shoulder. He kept trilling in Kimimaro's ear, urging him forward. Lord Orochimaru promised Kimimaro a meaning to life, a destiny. He couldn't just abandon that, could he? No, first he would save Yugo. Everything else would come later. Was there a cure, though? Could he live without machines? Could he be saved? Chapter 45, Double Vision. As the pink-haired girl made her way back to the viewing platform, Hiruzen couldn't fight the memory from months before. He had argued with her, challenged her, and threatened her. Fear of backlash made Hiruzen steal the pride Sakura had to have felt in having won the Kyubikuriba show. He minimized her achievement. But Sakura didn't let it destroy her. She learned how to turn a negative into a positive, and showed Hiruzen exactly why she'd earned that sword. If she was good before, she was amazing, now. Hiruzen could feel the hot wash of shame come over him when he realized how much he'd belittled that girl. She'd learned so much in a short period of time, but it felt wrong to be proud of her. Especially when he had so little to do with helping her achieve what she had. Hiruzen, Koharu called to him, voice low, do you have notes on that match? With a nod, Hiruzen turned toward Koharu. I recommend Harano Sakura for Chiyunin. I figured as much. If she had an opinion, she didn't voice it. Just marked his notes on the paper. Konoha is 2 for 2. First the Hyuga and now the Harano girl. Not to mention the recommendation for the Taki girl. Hiruzen could feel the Kazeki's eyes on him. Even though his eyes were hidden, Hiruzen was sure they would be quietly judging his decisions. That was okay. He knew his decisions were correct. Those kids absolutely proved their worth. It didn't matter if Niji lost his match. The boy fought with precision and skill. And, although Niji didn't know it, he'd fought a Jinhiriki and lived. That would earn him a flak jacket alone. Next were two of Konoha's own, both from vastly different backgrounds. Hiruzen was excited to see the outcome. Contrary to what a shadow user would want, the sky was bright and cloudless. The only covering was the small cluster of trees in the corner of the arena. Sasuke expected Shikamaru to gravitate toward the trees and the plentiful shadows they provided. Instead, Shikamaru stood in the middle of the field, the only shadow a small pool at his feet. It shouldn't have been enough for Shikamaru to pull off any high-level jutsu. It wasn't as if Shikamaru could make the shadows grow, he had to use what was available to him. Either Shikamaru had something up his sleeve, or he willingly put himself at a disadvantage. Sasuke knew that Shikamaru was too smart for that. So what did he have up his sleeve? Shikamaru eyed the perfectly polished tonfa crisscrossed behind Sasuke's back. He was dangerous without a weapon, how much more could Sasuke become with two razor-sharp blades at his disposal? Their existence had been known since the birthday party, so it's not as if Shikamaru hadn't been planning how to remove them from the equation. Shikamaru also had contingency plans from A to Z. When Genma called for the match to start, Shikamaru quickly threw out a couple of shuriken. He knew Sasuke fought in the air, but he couldn't stay there forever. The shuriken would help show Shikamaru how long he can stay in the air and how far he could travel in one jump. Admittedly, it was quite an impressive distance. And, to top it off, that was without chakra. When Sasuke landed, he met Shikamaru's calculating gaze. A million different scenarios were going through his mind, a million different ways to counter whatever Sasuke was about to do. The problem with that was the lack of information Shikamaru currently has. Like, for instance, the ring Naruto gifted him currently held enough chakra for 2 Chidori. And that wasn't to mention the other gift Naruto had given him, the removal of his curse seal and thus the full control of his chakra. With every punch and every kick, Sasuke was careful to hide his chakra. At first, it was all taijutsu, but Shikamaru had been training. Only taijutsu could be easily countered by Shikamaru's shadows, and thus wasn't going to work for long. With a backflip and a flourish, Sasuke pulled his tonfa free, keeping them gripped tightly in his hands. Shikamaru looked them over carefully, deciding how to quickly deal with them, how to take the blades out of play. Sasuke was trained by Guy, Shikamaru knew it would not be easy. The first swing of the blades was aimed at Shikamaru's chest. The next was aimed at his head. Sparks flew as Shikamaru's kunai clashed with the tonfa, just barely able to block the onslaught. Planting his feet on the ground, Shikamaru managed to keep Sasuke's blades from connecting with skin. It was like a dance the way Sasuke would spin around and flourish his blades, keeping Shikamaru just slightly off kilter. And then, as if by some divine intervention, Shikamaru got an opening. He landed a kick to Sasuke's chest, staggering him backward. Shikamaru flipped backward and landed in his shadow-style pose. As tendrils of shadows wrapped their way up Sasuke's body, he smirked. It was so reminiscent of their sparring practice. Nearly a mirror image of months ago. So, as before, Sasuke said, clever. The hold on him wasn't tight. With a pulse of chakra, Sasuke could easily get out of it. However, that was the issue. The amount of chakra Sasuke would need to break the hold is more than the non-existent curse seal would allow, and Shikamaru knew that. He had seen Sasuke's limit at the prelims. Accounting for Sasuke's body adjusting to its presence, Shikamaru would have came up with the amount that could safely be used. And that amount wasn't enough to break out of the hold. Sasuke had a split second to make a decision, use what he needed to break the hold or stay a puppet. Sasuke was no one's puppet. It felt as if he was being physically punched the way Shikamaru's hold on Sasuke was broken. The shadows were shoved off with a powerful force that sent Shikamaru reeling back. The air was crackling around them, chakra thrumming with electricity filling the air. Adjusting the grip of his tonfa, Sasuke stepped forward. The wind blew around them, carrying dust and leaves to skitter across the ground. The parchment taped to Sasuke's neck came loose, floating in the air and hitting the ground, showing unmarred pale skin. The curse seal was gone. Of course, Shikamaru shook his head. Naruto wouldn't have rested until you were free. Rolling his shoulders, Sasuke gave him a devious grin. Guess I can stop holding back, now. Before Shikamaru could respond, Sasuke pushed off the ground. With a hard kick, Shikamaru went flying backward. His back hit a tree as bark and leaves rained down around him. Then, right in front of his eyes, Shikamaru vanished. He melted into the shadows, invisible to the naked eye. But Sasuke wasn't limited to typical human vision. The Uchiha had something better. The Sharingan showed a blurry outline dancing within the shadows. Shikamaru wasn't standing still, wasn't waiting for Sasuke's dojutsu to find him. He wanted to keep Sasuke off kilter as much as he could. Sasuke's eyes were darting around the shadows when a couple of shuriken came flying at him. He easily knocked them away, but more kept coming from inside the shadows. Then a small tree was uprooted right in front of him. The roots crackled and snapped as they were ripped apart. The thick trunk came flying in Sasuke's direction with a hand of shadow at the base. Sasuke dodged it, letting the electricity build up in his ringcoat his blade and sliced through the trunk. Dust and leaves scattered everywhere, billowing up around his feet, as Sasuke took stock of his situation. Shikamaru was dangerous in the shadows, so he had to shed some light. Sliding one blade back in the holder, it freed his hand. Sasuke built up a Chidori, letting the sound of screeching birds fill the stadium. With the Sharingan still activated, he watched as Shikamaru tried to avoid his jutsu. It lit up the cluster of trees, shards of light stabbing through as each tree fell to his ball of electricity. As he sliced the final tree in half, Sasuke was expecting to see sunlight filling the arena. Instead, everything felt darker. The shadows on the ground weren't going away. They were thickening. A pool of shadows extended from what little there was left. Leaving the safety of shadow walking, Shikamaru stepped out of the darkness. All around him was a growing circle of black, waving and wispy hands dancing around the edges. They jolted forward, chasing Sasuke as he jumped away. Winding and weaving through the arena, the hands tried to catch him. Even with how fast Sasuke was, how agile, the hands were coming closer and closer to snatching him up. Dust covered the field as the hands slammed into the ground with each missed grab. Sasuke could feel the hands skimming his skin, getting so close to taking hold. Shikamaru's shadow hands finally caught up to him, snatching the heel of one sandal and sending Sasuke careening into the hard-packed ground. The hand gripped around his ankle, pulling him off the ground. From upside down, dangling by one ankle, Sasuke could see the self-satisfied look on Shikamaru's face. It was hard to keep focused on guarding the arena when the matches were so interesting. Ori was ordered to watch over the arena, to keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. It's what Tenzo-senpai told him to do, and Ori would follow those orders to the letter. His place to stand was on the seating roof closest to the Hokage. Shin, Kari, and Sai were stationed on the walls. They all had their orders but were also told to follow their instincts and make their own choices. It was very important that Tenzo-senpai told them that before every mission. So when Ori began sensing something was wrong, he used his instinct to stay put and see what was going on. All over the roofs, Umbu and thin cloaks began appearing. Big gray eyes began watching them, seeing that their masks were all wrong. They looked like the masks the Root Kids had stolen, all faded, and dirty and chipped. It looked like the masks that the Root Kids didn't want. One of the Umbu stepped forward. "We're here to relieve you. Hokage's orders. I'm supposed to stay here the whole time. I'm not supposed to be relieved." Ori knew something was wrong. His instincts were on high alert. "Tenzo-senpai said dash." Another Umbu stepped forward, sounding very impatient. "Kmin, kid. We wear the same shoes. Get out of here." Red flags and neon signs were practically screaming that this wasn't right. There were 4 of them and 1 of him, so Ori decided not to fight it. Instead, keeping as calm as he could, Ori nodded and flickered off the roof. He could feel their eyes on him as he ran away from the arena. Dodging and darting through back alleys, Ori tried to get out of their sight before running to his sense of safety. He had to get to Tenzo-senpai. No one should still be using the root call signs. The senior root members were gone. They had fled after Danzo died. The ones that were caught are sealed away in the prison. Who were these guys? Tenzo-senpai was stationed by R&D, keeping the most talented scientists and engineers safe. Ori knew where to go, he was just having trouble keeping his heartbeat under control. His instinct was to run to safety. Danzo would have told him to fight. How was he supposed to be sure he made the right decision? Relying on his sensing ability, Ori found where Tenzo was keeping watch. He landed on the tree branch, breathing heavily. "Ori." Tenzo took in the panicked look on the boy's face. "What happened? Are you hurt?" White hair whipped around as Ori shook his head. "They knew the call sign, Tenzo-senpai. They told me to leave, that they were taking over." "Who told you to leave?" For Umbu, Ori took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "They all jumped on the roof. Said they wear the same shoes and that I needed to leave. They had masks, but they were all faded and cracked. I ran to get you, senpai. I didn't fight. I just ran." With a comforting hand on the back of Ori's neck, Tenzo replied, "You did the right thing, Ori. It was too dangerous for you to fight. Let's go check it out together, okay?" Ori nodded. "Okay, let's go." They had barely jumped on the second roof before they felt the intense chakra of Lady Tsunade. Along with Shizune, the two were knocking people over before deciding the roof was faster. They rushed past Tenzo and Ori, barely taking the time to look at the two. Something was going on. Something big. The women were heading toward the arena, the same destination as Ori and Tenzo. The two shared a glance before rushing after them. Although they were told to stay still, Karen, Suijutsu and Yugo were too restless. Suijutsu paced the office, mumbling about being kept in the dark. From a plastic chair, Karen's leg bounced and she was picking her nails in anticipation. Yugo stood with his back against the wall, keeping a quiet vigil. Scratching his fingers through his hair, Suijutsu groaned. "I know she told us to stay, but do we actually have to? We can't just stand around and do nothing." "I want to help," Karen said. "We can't stop Lord Orochimaru, but maybe we can stop the barrier group. If we take out even one, then the barrier can't work. It would let Lady Tsunade or Jiraiya inside." Suijutsu stopped pacing and turned toward Karen. "Kidomaru. I want to take out Kidomaru. That bastard has spit his fucking webs at me for the last time." Yugo raised an eyebrow, confused. "When I was younger I spent more time being stuck to a wall or the ceiling than I did walking around." He always thought it was hilarious. Karen remembered when Kidomaru would bully Suijutsu. She remembered finding a kunao to cut him down while the older ones just laughed. "Okay. You handle Kidomaru and we will provide backup. We only need to take out one. We've got this." Pushing himself off the wall, Yugo rolled his shoulders. "I am ready." Giving both of them a toothy grin, Suijutsu cracked his knuckles. "Let's do this." Sharp tonfa fell to the ground, digging into the packed dirt, as Sasuke dangled from Shikamaru's shadow hands. It didn't matter that it seemed like Shikamaru had control over Sasuke. There needed to be more control, more power against whatever Sasuke had up his sleeve. Slowly, The shadow field began shrinking, conserving chakra that could increase the waving arm's power. As another shadow hand gripped around Sasuke's chest, Shikamaru caught something out of his peripheral. A blur of black and blue edging his shadow field. It didn't surprise Shikamaru that Sasuke would learn shadow clones from Naruto. Just looking at the blonde with the Sharingan was enough for Sasuke to pick that jutsu up. So, when something shot past his vision, Shikamaru's first thought was that Sasuke sent out a clone. The waving arms behind him would catch whatever the clone was planning. Shikamaru stayed focused on Sasuke and the hand signs the boy was currently forming. He was so close. Shikamaru could feel Sasuke's body becoming weak. Just a simple stranglehold and Shikamaru could actually win this. The shadow hand around Sasuke's neck tightened. The match was almost over. It didn't matter how much Sasuke was smirking, he was going to lose. Why was he smirking? The Sasuke in front of him exploded. Searing hot flames forced Shikamaru to drop his hold on the shadow field and cover his eyes. The skin on his arms charred and blistered under the intense heat. Hard-packed dirt felt like a brick wall with the way Shikamaru hit it, landing on his back and sliding. The pain in his arms made him bite back a yell, but he didn't have time to lament. The real Sasuke was somewhere and Shikamaru had to be ready. The Sharingan was a very powerful dojutsu. There wasn't much it couldn't see, couldn't duplicate. Sasuke had a few months to learn how to use his. He had Kakashi, who was self-taught and, therefore, knew a million ways not to do something. Only recently Sasuke had Itachi, the prodigy to whom using the dojutsu came as natural as breathing. Then, as if those two together weren't able to teach Sasuke everything, a Sannin showed up. Granted, the three genin took that man down way too easily, but he was considered one of the strongest ninja in existence. And, as Sasuke noticed from watching the man sparring with Naruto, very capable of turning nature chakra into whichever affinity he wanted it to be. And if Sasuke just so happened to be watching Jiraiya with the Sharingan activated, and he just so happened to maybe pick some of it up, well, that wasn't necessarily intentional. Sasuke held up his hand, reaching toward the sky and the nature chakra that surrounded them all. It was easy enough to pull it into his hand and mix it with the lightning that filled his ring. He watched Shikamaru push himself up, legs weak and arms covered in painful blisters, and staggered to his feet. When he turned and saw Sasuke with lightning crackling around his hand, his eyes widened. In Sasuke's hand was a bolt of lightning, crackling, and sparking and bright. It all happened so fast. Shikamaru didn't have time to think, time to move, time to defend himself. Sasuke slammed the bolt into the ground like a hammer. Sparks flew as the bolt buried into the ground, the shockwave sending Shikamaru flying backwards. The force of the blow was enough to knock Shikamaru unconscious. He laid still, eyes closed, body burned and battered. Genma walked over and checked him, seeing if he was okay. Sasuke came to stand beside him, waiting for Shikamaru to move. Genma turned to Sasuke and grinned. "Winner, Sasuke." Waiting for his son to enter the hospital area, Shikako leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. The medics rushed in, carrying a cot into the room with Shikamaru laying unconscious. They transferred Shikamaru to a bed and immediately began running healing hands over his arms, smoothing out the blisters and turning the charring into bright pink fresh skin. With one final glowing hand over Shikamaru's forehead, the boy opened his eyes and came face to face with his father. When the realization of where he was set in, Shikamaru groaned. "I lost." Shikako grunted in agreement. "I went through all that troublesome training for nothing." "Not for nothing." Nudging his son's legs over, Shikako took a seat on the bed. "Every second you put into training for this fight made you a better ninja. Losing this match doesn't define your career. It showed that you will fight until the end. It showed that you will not run and hide." Shikamaru reached for Shikaku's hand, using the extra leverage to sit up. "I really tried, Dad. I didn't take the easy way out this time." Putting his hand on the back of Shikamaru's neck, Shikaku pulled his son forward. With their foreheads touching, Shikaku made sure his son was listening to him. "I don't care if you win or lose, son. I care if you survive." Shikamaru didn't know what to say or how to respond. He let out a sigh of relief and sagged against his father. "Thanks, Dad." Before Genma could call the next match, Gaara had already appeared on the field in a rush of sand. Crossing his arms, Gaara silently waited. Genma gave the boy a look, then shot a look to the Hokage. He wasn't present at the prelims, but Hayate had told him what happened. This kid is dangerous. The Baijuyu inside him wasn't well contained. It wasn't like that Taki girl or the Uzumaki kid. Ichibai was nearly untethered. And all of that information he had second-hand. Movement on the viewing platform caught his attention. The girl with the big sword was hugging Konoha's Jinchuriki. The Uchiha kid fist-bumped him. Then he disappeared toward the stairs. Finding Kakashi in the crowd, he saw the Jounin white knuckle gripping the railing. He wasn't the only one who was apprehensive, apparently. This could all go terribly wrong quickly. Genma took a deep breath and waited for the Uzumaki kid to get on the field. Kurama was quiet while Naruto and Sakura celebrated Sasuke's victory. It mainly consisted of an aggressive hug with healing hands. The celebration was short-lived when they realized what time it was. It happened so fast, the heaviness that ran over them. Gaara wasn't on the viewing platform. He hadn't been the entire time. His own team had him corralled on the opposite side of the arena, far away from Fu and Komei and the soothing chakra they willingly shared with Gaara. Naruto didn't need a reminder of what was coming. He tried so hard to be engaged in Sasuke and Shikamaru's battle, but the upcoming Mindscape battle with Shukaku kept him distracted. "Are you ready, kid?" Kurama's voice was a gentle tug, pulling Naruto into the Mindscape. "This won't be easy. We're in for a difficult fight." Swishing his foot, Naruto watched the ripples catch the dull yellow glow from around him. "No matter what we do, it's going to hurt Gaara, isn't it?" He let out a deep breath. "All I seem to do is hurt people when I try to help them. The seals hurt them, you don't." Using a long claw, Kurama poked Naruto in the stomach. "Now, connect with that green-haired girl. I need to talk to Komei." When Naruto opened his eyes, Fu was already in front of him, her fist held out. "We need to make a plan." Naruto nodded and fist-bumped Fu. The bright blue from Komei's net and the dull yellow of Kurama's dungeon clashed. The two Jinchuriki stood in the middle, both looking worried and anxious. Centuries ago, when the Baijuya were free and feared before humans decided they were a weapon to be bent to their will, Kurama was different. He was still bossy, still the responsible one, but he would laugh and smile. The sage's death hit all 9 of them differently. Some of them reacted in anger, some in fear, but Kurama tried to hide his pain and stay strong for the rest of them. In some ways, Madatabi tried to help. Being the only female out of the 9, Madatabi became the mother figure they all needed. But her mothering routine never worked with Kurama. He stood tall, the alpha in their pack, and rejected Madatabi's attempts to help. Hell, he rejected anyone's attempts to help. The weathered and worn look Kurama had was indicative of the life he'd lived. The way he held himself, keeping all his emotions hidden behind a wall of aggression and superiority, made Komei's heart ache. He just wanted to help his big brother. "Kurama," Komei started, but was interrupted by Kurama's deep voice. With more bravado than he felt, Kurama held himself up tall and proud. "Since you are here, you might as well help. It's not that I can't do this on my own. I absolutely can stop that damn Tanuki with one hand behind my back. However, it makes no sense for you to just stand here and do nothing. He's your brother, too." "Yes, of course," Komei rolled his eyes. Typical Kurama. All bravado and no self-reflection. "I can keep him subdued, but Fu will need her full concentration." "Sasuke and Sakura will guard Fu," Naruto chimed in. "They will keep her safe." As Naruto made his way down the stairs, he went over the plan in his head. Nothing works exactly as planned. Naruto wasn't naive enough to think otherwise, but the hope was there. The hope that he will save Gaara, who was being constantly tortured by a Baijuya with a sadistic streak. Nerves were kicking up inside of him, but he tried to breathe through them. "Kid," Kurama's voice boomed in Naruto's head, "that Hyuga girl is running at you." Naruto turned around in time to see Hinata around the corner. "And Naruto?" She slid to a stop in front of him. "Wait. I need to tell you something important about Gaara. He's not bad. He came to me and apologized for the prelims. The Baijuyu inside him, it had control over him. That girl from Taki showed him how to fight it. Thank you for telling me, Hinata. I think I know what to do, now. Naruto gave her a bright smile. Although she didn't tell him anything he didn't know, Naruto appreciated that the shy girl took the initiative to tell him. Hinata gave him a shy nod. Good luck, Naruto. He gave her 2 thumbs up and continued on his way. Still mumbling, Naruto could feel Kurama pacing in his cage. He could feel the water rippling as the tails flicked and waved. The giant fox was anxious. Kurama, you okay? That damn Tanuki was always trouble. Even when he was a pup he was always disobeying the sage. I can't even count how many times the sage sent one of us out to find him. And now, thousands of years later, he still needs disciplined. As the oldest, it always seems to be me who has to do it. Well, Komei helped, Naruto reminded him. He's been helping Fu teach Gaara. Kurama snorted. Probably trying to teach Gaara how to control Shikaka the same way she controls Komei. Naruto tilted his head at that, confused. Fu doesn't control Komei. They're friends. They work together. Like we do. I tolerate you, kid. Don't confuse that for friendship. As Naruto reached the opening to the field, he rolled his eyes. He had more important things to do than argue with a stubborn old fox. Instead he looked forward, looked toward the boy in front of him that needed help. From his position in the stands, back against the wall, Kabuto overlooked the arena. He kept picking at the tops of his information cards with his thumbnail, trying to keep all the major players in view. Years were spent cross-referencing known Umbu abilities and known Jounin abilities in an effort to put a face to an alias. Umbu were notorious. The bingo book was filled with drawings of brightly colored Umbu masks and a list of jutsu they'd used in battle. The masks were their only form of identity, known only as the animal they resembled. Their only identifying mark was the tattoo on their arm, which was completely hidden due to the typical uniform Konoha ninja wore. Some ninja Kabuto could pick out. One of the fourth's personal guards stood on the sidelines playing proctor. The other 2 were missing, probably stationed elsewhere. Kabuto knew where Gekko was, he'd left that ninja dying in an alley. Any Yamanaka was dangerous, especially with the genjutsu that is an important part of Orochimaru's plan. Not to mention the genius and quick tactical thinking the Nara clan is known for. The very flamboyant guy was easy to pick out of a crowd, especially since he was standing in the same audience stands as Kabuto. Not to mention he was, well, green. His eyes flicked around, counting off the ninja who could be a problem for Orochimaru's plan. Shiranui. Guy. Nara. Yamanaka. Yui. Akamike. Hyuga. Sarutobi. Abarame. Inyazuka. Yamashiro. Kabuto wasn't worried about Mitarashi. Orochimaru had already taken care of her and her ridiculous ideas. Everything was set in place. And now, with the Tujin hierarchy meeting in the middle of the arena, the final stage has begun. He tried to find Orochimaru's face, wanted to see the excitement in his master's eyes. Instead, Kabuto found the face of a dead man with the piercing gaze that could only belong to Orochimaru. With a sardonic smirk, Kabuto pushed off the wall. It was time for Konoha to fall. It was time for Orochimaru to take his rightful place as Hokage. A rumble went through the crowd when Gaara appeared on the field. The civilians getting on the edge of their seats to see Tujin hierarchy go head to head. To them it was nothing more than entertainment. To Kakashi, it felt like a nightmare. Every waking moment was seeing the world in double exposure. The past and all of those mistakes covered in a veil of change and fixes and patching problems. There were so many things Kakashi wanted to fix or stop or change. He had precious little time to fix lifetimes of mistakes. But there were things he forgot. Hate was a perfect example of the history Kakashi had forgotten. Just enough had changed that Hate still had a fighting chance, but Kakashi shouldn't have forgotten. The kids sent him back to fix things, not to forget his mission. Prying eyes were focused on him. He could feel the burning gaze like fire on his face. The tension in his body, rigid as stone, was outwardly visible. Hopefully the tension was misinterpreted as worry about the upcoming match and not the crushing reality that Kakashi knew what was to come and had no real way of stopping it. He could only stand back and hope that he'd prepared his kids to handle what was to come. Compartmentalizing was second nature to Kakashi. He could stand in the middle of a fire and not feel the flames. Since childhood, Kakashi could leave his classmates and their families and go home, alone, with no outward emotion. He'd pushed the emotion of this match to the back so he could focus on Sakura and Sasuke. Their matches deserved his full attention. Last time, Kakashi didn't even show up for Naruto's fight. He'd made his dramatic entrance with Sasuke without a thought of Naruto needing his sensei present. Just another reminder of how Kakashi favored one student over the other. Of how he held Naruto at arm's length behind a shield of guilt. Every time the realization hit him, it gutted Kakashi. Fluent in denial as he is, Kakashi pushed all of that under a rug. He had a job to do. The kids would handle Gaara. They were more than prepared. Kakashi's eyes flicked to the cage platform and the snake hiding in plain sight. This time, Orochimaru's plan won't work out nearly as well. This time there are two Sannin he will need to contend with, not to mention Itachi and Kisame. The first tingle of Genjutsu came over Kakashi. It was time. Sage help his kids. The longer Gaara stood on the field, awaiting his opponent, the more his head began to ache. Mother kept growling, kept getting angrier and angrier. Something was tugging at his seal, threatening to rip it at the seams. It was like nothing he had ever felt before. The pain was excruciating. Gaara pressed the heel of his hand into the tattoo on his forehead, trying to stop the searing pain. The calming warmth of Kome's chakra blanketed him, but the pain wouldn't leave. It was as if someone pressed a hot poker to Gaara's forehead. Mother growled and slashed, fought against the invading chakra. Gaara was shaking in pain, his eye watering and burning under his palm. He'd nearly fallen when his knees buckled, but someone grabbed Gaara by the shoulders, holding him up. "Hey! What's wrong? What's he doing to you?" Mother lashed out, sending a spike made of sand from over Gaara's shoulder. Whoever had a hold of Gaara suddenly let go. Mother laughed. She drew blood. Gaara was losing control. The spike of sand felt like metal as it cut through Naruto's shoulder. The pain didn't last, Kurama healed it as soon as it happened. But that didn't matter. Shukaku got what he wanted. He drew first blood. Sand rose from the ground, covering Gaara in a spiky orb. Naruto could hear the maniacal laughter bubbling out of Gaara, high-pitched and demented. "Sage damn him!" Kurama's fur stood on end. His tails flicked and Kurama let out a snarl. "I'm going to lock that tanuki in his pyramid. Cage that little shit until he learns to behave. This is ridiculous." Sitting up on his hind legs, Kurama pressed his palms together. "We need to break through that shield. You need to get me in there, kid. Connect your fist to his." "Sure, Kurama. Sounds easy." Naruto rolled his eyes. He dropped into a fighting stance, racking his mind on a way into the shield. Naruto summoned a few clones, sending them at Gaara from all angles. The clones popped as soon as they got close to the shield. The same sharp spike that cut Naruto's shoulder jut out of the shield as soon as it was touched. "Can I raise Nen through it, you think? Don't get killed." Again, Naruto rolled his eyes before summoning another handful of clones. They ran at Gaara again and again, trying to find some weakness in the shield, some way for Naruto to get inside. Another plume of smoke and 4 Narutos each holding a raised Nen surrounded Gaara. The 4, each took a cardinal direction and attacked the shield simultaneously. Naruto watched as his clones broke through the shield and the spiraling blue disappeared. Then Gaara screamed. The sand shield exploded. The spikes shot out in every direction. Naruto barely dodged the several that came his way. Gaara was on his knees, fingernails digging into his head as the pain increased. There was charring on his arms and clothes from the raised Nen. When Gaara looked up, the one eye that peered through his fingers wasn't the normal pale green. The whole eye was jet black. "Hurry, kid!" Kurama yelled out, using whatever he could to push Naruto to his feet. "Shukaku is trying to come out. Get me in there." Naruto tried. His sandals slipped on the sand that covered the field. The grains skittered around, still being controlled with chakra. Naruto felt like he was running on a treadmill. One of Gaara's arms began bubbling up, growth upon growth upon growth. They tore his clothes at the seams, poking through the rips with hardened skin and fur. Letting out another rough scream, a large tail appeared behind Gaara. The boy was mumbling something, was trying so hard to fight, but it was no use. Shikaka was taking over and Kome's chakra wasn't helping this time. A bizarre amalgamation of Gaara and Tanuki stood in the center of the field. The jet black eye belonged to the Tanuki and looked at Naruto with pure rage. He let out a roar, a shock wave of sound that threw Naruto backward. The piece of face that still resembled Gaara had tears in his eyes. Naruto propelled himself forward, trying to reach the human inside. Kurama stopped him dead in his tracks mere moments before the ground rumbled. Gaara's eyes closed, as if asleep. The entire arena went deathly silent. "It's a trap," Kurama growled. "A genjutsu." His ears flicked and he snarled. "What do we do, Kurama?" Naruto whipped his head around, trying to figure out what was going on. "What's going on?" From the cage platform, Orochimaru stood up. The hat fell to the ground and the robe was pulled off of his shoulders. The 4 guards behind him dropped the robes they were wearing. "Sarutobi-sensei," Orochimaru turned to face Hiruzen, "it's time for you to step down." Kabuto's genjutsu made short work of a rushing, scared crowd. The civilians were all slumped in their seats, blissfully unaware of what was happening around them. The sounds of clanging metal were all that could be heard from the stands as Kabuto's ninja fought with the Konoha ninja. Let the crushing of Konoha commence. Check the description for the links to the author.